just casually sitting in the realm of the gods with nowhere else to go.
Nowhere else to
epically
go.
bored.
That was the point of that.
Nowhere else to go but to Omu, I guess. Hello everyone, how are we today?
That being said... Oh, no, there's the L word. I was in the wrong one.
Yep.
Hello.
Ah, yes, there we go. So, we are back for more adventures in Chult. Last week, you finally arrived at the sacred place of Orulunga, where you bravely proved yourself in all of Ubtau's trials. Solving riddles and following the natural path of life, thanks to the help of a strange fey gorilla. And when you encountered the mystic oracle, the guardian naga of Orulunga, what you had expected to be a peaceful meeting turned sour when the naga looked straight at Bobbit and swore that it was her duty to eradicate Rus Nasi from the world, and thrust you into combat. And after a grueling and unfortunate battle, you slew the Naga, and were granted the knowledge you sought, the location of the forbidden city of Omu, where Ras Nasi and the Yuan Ti wait, but more importantly, where the Soulmonger lies in the Tomb of the Nine Gods, siphoning souls from the material plane to feed the growing body of a god that will serve as a vessel for Asarak's consciousness for a time, until the magic wears off and he returns to his original form and must repeat the cycle of creating another vessel on another world. And so, with the dire implications of the death curse fully laid bare to you, you have returned to camp outside of Orulunga, had a long rest, and as you pack up your supplies, you get ready to square your shoulders and venture once again into the jungle, this time feeling as if a great weight is bearing down upon you. So Lucian, as you wake up today, you head over to a clay bowl of water to wash your face after awakening, to wash away the sweat and humidity from the jungle night. And to your horror, you catch your reflection in the still water and notice that the skin on your face has started to turn white and putrid. The death curse has spread even further.
Oh no.
So the death curse has entered its third stage, and this means that in addition to the minus 10 max HP you have, you will also receive a permanent level of exhaustion on all non-combat skill checks, meaning you must roll them with a penalty.
Chance of bananas for days.
This is just God. Just when you
Get this sword out and just end it. And then he's smooshing to his chest and a banana smooshes.
you punch them in the gut.
No!
You get back to your feet, and that's the point where God just comes over and kicks you in the
Yep.
dick just for good measure.
But as you splash the water on your face and watch it roll down the putrid flesh, you breathe a deep sigh, as there is one spot of hope for you, and that is you are now in the last legs of your journey against the death curse, and the end of it is in sight, whether that end being you withering away to nothing, or stopping the death curse once and for all. So, We have a long journey ahead of us. We're going to be travelling from Orulunga all the way down, across Chult, past the Kobold Mountains, to Omu. A journey that would take, at the very least, a month, if you did not have Reginald the Axebeak to help. And so, without further ado, we will set off for the first day of the journey.
I did have one
Yes,
quick
Bobbit?
thing to
Yep.
throw in. Turns out Sir Lucian's not the only one that's had a change during the evening. When Bobbit comes out that morning for her pack up camp and everything else, everyone else will probably notice two things very quickly. First off, Bobbit is a solid foot shorter than she was when she went to bed that night. She's actually back in her childhood form. Like, she took one of the charms of lesser restoration for reasons that she's not going to explain, even if you do ask. And secondly, the goblin war mask she picked up back from what was it?
Back from Camp Righteous.
That's it, Camp Righteous. I couldn't remember the name off the top of my head. Is now just covering her head, so she's pretty much got hat on. She's now back to being a child, and now just has a mask just on her face. And just kind of comes out in a very chipper tone, just kind of goes, "Morning, who's ready for adventure?" And then just gets straight to work with, setting things, packing things up and getting ready to go.
Oh no, poor Bobbit.
Yep, everything's fine.
Well, we will move on for the first day of the journey. Who would like to roll a survival check for the guides? That will be a d20 plus 9.
Ooh. Does exhaustion kick in for these D20s?
No, because these aren't ones that you're actually doing. You're rolling for other people, so the exhaustion does not kick in for this, thankfully. So if you'd like to go ahead, you can roll
18.
that. 18. So after the blunder that occurred in previous days, where your guides were unable to find the trail and led you straight past Mbala, after you've revealed the information given to you at Orulunga about the death curse, they seem to be working with renewed vigor, and throughout this day, they do nothing but stick to the trail, silently pressing ahead, not even talking to each other. It seems as if they are consumed by a singular-minded purpose at this point. Who would like to roll for an encounter?
I think I will.
Go ahead.
Let's see how my luck's going today. 14.
14. No encounter today.
Woo!
Would you like to consume rations, or would you like to forage tonight?
Bulb will not be helping with foraging. If foraging's going to happen, he wants to work on his staff a little bit.
His staff? Yep, very well. Will Ava be foraging tonight, or will you all just sit down and enjoy some rations?
I'm here to forage.
You're here to forage? Very well, Ava. Go ahead and make a survival check.
That's 25.
So, you leave the camp, and after a short walk, you come across some plants in the jungle that bear vaguely triangular-looking fruits that are greyish-brown in appearance. And despite living in Chult your whole life, you don't recall ever seeing these fruits. At least they don't appear to grow anywhere near Mesro. Would you like to start picking them?
Okay.
Sure. You head towards the tree and you start to cut off some of the strange looking fruits, dropping them into your bag. And they drop down, and you notice that no other animals appear to be gathered around this tree, and it's very easy to pick these fruits. And you manage to gather a full pouch of them in just a few minutes. Would you like
I'm
to...
suspicious
Mm.
with my.
Would you like to check these fruits with a nature check?
I guess.
Go ahead.
What's my nature? Where is it? Sorry.
That's okay.
I had to zoom in. 17 plus 6.
17 plus
23.
6. Yeah, that's very good. As you go to wrap up your pouch, you decide to take a look at these fruits. Something suspicious about them. There were no other animals gathered around the tree, and you've never seen these fruits before. And you pick one up, and you spend a few minutes examining it, and you eventually realize that what you hold is what's known as a Pangium edule fruit, and it is in fact extremely poisonous. Just the smallest bite can cause shortness of breath, confusion, and cardiac arrest.
Jesus.
Oh.
Wow.
So then, I'll just put those in my pocket.
Yes, because you might be able to use them for other things. And you decide to forage around a bit more to find something that's actually edible. And a short distance away from this tree, you uncover a grove of palm trees bearing pineapples hanging 20 feet above the ground. You hear rustling above you, and as you look up, you see a simple chimpanzee sitting up in one of the trees, trying to crack open a pineapple by bashing it against the trunk of the tree.
Will
How
he
would-
share?
Would you like to ask him to share?
Yes.
Very well. Please make an animal handling check.
That is 11.
That's enough. It was only DC 10. You get the chimpanzee's attention by calling up to him, and then you reach into your bag and place some old trail rations on the floor in front of you. And you call up, "You can have this if you throw us some pineapples." And the chimpanzee looks down at you and he grunts, "Ooh, ooh, ah," and he throws the pineapple that he's been trying to open onto the ground before you, and then reaches out and pulls another 4 or 5 off the tree branches and hurls them down. Then he swiftly makes
It doesn't sound dangerous at all.
Getting Donkey Kong flashbacks here.
Then he swiftly makes his way down the tree trunk, and then walking along on all fours, he bounds towards the trail rations, scoops them up, and then looks at you, and then he grunts again, and barrels away into the jungle. You take the handful of pineapples that he threw down to you, wrap them up in your pouch, and return to camp. And they serve as an adequate meal for the night.
Enjoy your pineapples.
All it takes enough.
I want to play with my poisons.
Yes, you do want to play with your
So I'm
poison.
not foraging tomorrow.
Yep, you're going to be playing with poisons.
Indeed.
So,
I was gonna say,
Yep.
Boba takes her part of the dinner, and pretty much just after casting the tiny hut around the camp, just immediately beelines it back for a tent. So just doesn't take the mask off, doesn't even everyone else, just disappears off with it.
yep, she's not
I'll just
social.
follow Bobbit.
Oh, okay. So Ava follows along Bobbit. Bobbit, when you enter your tent, what do you do?
How far behind is she? Like,
Well, it's pretty much as soon as she sees you leave. Usually all eat around the campfire, so as soon as you take your dinner and leave, she sort of knows that something's up, so she follows you immediately.
goes in, sits down in bed, and is about to start eating. I'm guessing that'd be about the point where Ava comes in.
That would be the point where Ava comes in, yes.
And just sort of looks up, still the mask, and goes, "Oh, hi Ava, what's happening?"
Mm-hmm. What's wrong?
Just see like the mask tilt to the side, going, "What? Nothing's wrong."
Why aren't you eating with us?
Oh, Bo just wanted to sit quietly for a minute. It's been a long days.
Why are you tiny again?
Oh, that. Bobby decided that she was tired of being an adult because all it ever did was bring her problems and nothing else that good ever came of it. So she decided that this was better for everybody.
Just speaking in a very obviously fake, childlike voice.
Mm-hmm.
Why are you wearing the mask?
She thought this would be a fun thing to try, that's all.
Uh,
You know, you could try and roll insight if you want, but I'd probably have to roll deception against it.
yeah.
Nah?
Nah.
I'll give you a hug.
But so just kind of sits there and takes it and goes, "Aw, thank you." And just kind of
Grumpy
continues just
Bobbit.
sitting, well, she's not grumpy, like, the way she sounds exactly like, apart from that exact moment where you asked about the child thing, she's pretty much how she used to be before getting the Mesro. Well, as far as you know anyway. Just kind of just sitting there on the bed, doesn't really say anything after that, it's just kind of just sitting there with the pineapple in hand.
I'll be watching you.
Okay.
and as she says, "Okay," Bobbit just shoves the last bit of pineapple into her mouth and then
Just
grabs
not even
it.
that, just like under the mask, you don't actually see her take the mask off for it, just stays on her head.
And then she just grabs her sleeping bag and pulls it over her head and
Yep.
curls up.
Head now.
Warlocks are weird.
Yep.
Ava doesn't know what to do.
And as you leave the tent, Ava, your eye catches on Mr. Stick just leaning up against the tent wall, and as your gaze lingers on it for just a moment, you feel what feels like intense hatred emanating from it. It makes you shudder as you leave Bobbit's tent and pull the flap shut behind you. Bulb, you wish to do something with your staff.
Yes, it's not. Well, unless you decide it, but it's not. It's not to specifically add any effectiveness to it. It's literally just I want to use my ritual to incorporate a couple things to my staff, such as I want to incorporate the blue quartz gem.
Yep.
That we got from ages ago. I want to put that at the end of the barrel on my staff. And then I also want to put the ceramic cobra up near what the butt of the staff would be, so that I basically make sights down my staff.
Yes.
So I look over the cobra's head towards the gem, and that's basically my sights. And then, so I want to use my ritual to incorporate those into my staff, and then I just want to tie the goblin mask to the end of my staff.
Yep, very well. I'll ask you to make an Arcana check, please. The DC for this will be 18.
Hey, nat 20.
Nat 20.
That's what I use my nat 20 on today. Oh, God.
Very well. You incorporate these components into your staff, and even though you intended them only to be decoration and nothing more, it turns out that they do end up having a noticeable effect on your staff. The blue quartz glimmers on the edge of your staff and now functions as a spellcasting focus for druid spells. Meaning that for the purposes of any spells that have somatic components, holding your staff counts as having a free hand.
Oh. Okay.
Secondly, the cobra seemingly fuses into the staff itself, and you watch as before your eyes the statue of the snake wraps around your staff like a living snake and bites onto the very end of your staff with its fangs dipping into the wood and pointing out, serving as a set of sights. So when you fire your gun, you may add +1 to the attack roll.
Oh, nice. Oh, so that gets +2 to hit. Nice.
Yes, but not to damage.
No, yes. Of course.
And so we move on. The next day's journey in the jungle. Who would like to roll the survival check for the guides?
I will... Oh, no, I was just going to say, I'll be right back.
Oh, yep, you go ahead and do it, M2.
That is a 19.
A 19. Lovely. Once again, just like yesterday, your two guides are consumed with a singular purpose. They lead you deeper into the jungle. At about 11 a.m., you hear cries and screams of dismay. Cautiously moving ahead, you spot a man in tan-coloured clothing, tied to the trunk of a tree, covered in honey. A number of bees are swirling around him. As he sees you step out of the jungle, his eyes
Don't kink shame.
his eyes immediately hone in on you, and his face covered in a grimace of pain and fear. He calls out to you, "Please, for the love of Helm, let me out of here!"
I don't kink shame, but you're weird.
Bobbin has questions.
As the bees buzz around the man crawling over his hands and face, he just grits his teeth and he says, "I don't exactly have a lot of time to answer, but go ahead."
Oh, I just meant that in, like, why he was here, but I didn't realize he was actually going to ask a question.
Can I handle the bees?
Yeah, you can. It'd be quite easy for you to get the bees away.
Ask the question first.
Why are you tied up?
He grimaces and squirms underneath his bindings, and he says, the people I was travelling with thought that they caught me stealing from their supplies, and so they tied me up here and covered me with honey as some sort of sick punishment." He says, "They were sadly mistaken. Pontifex Electrum would never steal. Pontifex Electrum is from a old and very rich family and has no need to steal."
You see Bowen's head tilt aside going, "Wow, that is weird hearing that from somebody else." Bobbin thinks he talks funny.
"Please," he groans, "get these bees off me and let me free, and I'll make it very much worth your while."
Can I do an insight?
You may do an insight check.
Oh, that was terrible. That was 8.
Yeah, he seems to just be... Well, it seems that he pretty genuinely wants someone to help him.
Does anyone else have decent insight?
Remy is currently away from the computer, so...
Yeah.
And what's everyone's passive perception?
As always, -10. Can we use
14.
Zinhorn? So can we use
14.
Zinhorn even though he's not actually with us today?
Well, yeah, he'd still be with you for travelling. At this point, Zinhorn's eyes narrow, and he points at the man, and he says, "What's that emblem there? Just below the front of your breastpiece there." He points, and you see the very top of some sort of insignia sewn into the man's tunic, and as soon as Zinhorn points it out, the man squirms, burying the insignia under a glob of honey.
I'm back. What have I missed? Sorry.
Found a man tied to a tree covered in honey, and there are bees swarming around.
Can Ava use her sword to uncover it without pissing the bees off?
Yes, please make an animal handling check.
That is... Where's my animal handling? 16.
Ava, you step forwards and hold out your sword, and using the very tip of it, you scrape away that globule of honey. The bees that are attached to the honey scatter, some of them scattering, or most of them scattering to other parts of the man that are exposed or covered in honey, causing him to groan in pain as they begin to sting him. And once the honey is cleared away, you see the symbol of the Order of the Sabatons sewn into the man's tunic.
Oh, shit.
I will say you're a Sabaton.
He looks at you and he says, "Obviously not anymore!"
All Sabatons are traitors. No, not traitors. Bad.
He says,
I will leave him. To the bees.
"Are you all in
Not the
agreement?"
bees!
Not the bees!
Well, is everyone
try? So we're just leaving them. We're good.
everyone in agreement?
Actually,
Old would like to use Druidcraft to make some of his skin look the color of flowers.
Oh,
In agreement.
ow! You use Druidcraft to bring a subtle pinkish tinge to his skin, making it look just enough like flowers that some of the bees immediately begin swarming over his hands, cheeks, and lips. And then as you follow Ava into the jungle, you hear the screams of the man fading behind you. "No! No, don't walk away! No, don't leave me with these bees! No, no! Get out of... Eventually, the screams fade away, and you do not hear from the man again for the rest of the day.
I should have checked to see if he had Rusted Sea's symbol on him. Oh, well.
Who would like to
Go
make...
back and check the corpse.
Ooh, free course.
Well, you can, but, it's going to take a long time for bees to kill him.
He corpse, oh my god.
So, who would like to roll the encounter check for today?
Ooh.
You may do it if you like M1, it won't be with the penalty.
4. There you go.
4, no encounter today.
Awesome.
That's good. That's good.
That's when it's good to roll low.
Yes.
Yeah, high rolls are bad for encounters.
And so, as you settle down, another night at camp, unless Bulb would like to do foraging, Ava would like to handle her poisoned fruit. So, would Bulb like to forage, or will you be consuming rations today?
Yeah, I may as well try and forage tonight. I've done enough magic stuff the last couple of nights, so I may as well stretch my legs.
Very well, Bulb, very well.
What's my better... Because I can use nature or survival, can't I?
Yes.
Okay, so I'll use nature, because I have... that is a 22.
As everyone else prepares the camp, starts setting up the tents, getting campfire ready, you head off into the jungle, and after walking for about 20 minutes, you come upon a toppled 20-foot tall statue of Ubtao. It is covered in large black beetles that you quickly identify as yachas, a rather meaty beetle that serves as a delicacy for both Grung and Aarakocra in Chult. As you approach the statue, you see 3 winged monkeys happily chomping away at the beetles, just flapping their wings, hovering above the statue, reaching down and plucking beetles off it one by one and shoving the beetles into their mouths.
Can I use my mask to try and use animal friendship on
Yes,
them?
you can.
Just need to look up the actual word for animal friendship.
It's the Beatles.
I'll just do that. Animal friendship.
Choose a beast that you can see in range.
Spell
Is a
lets
beast
you-
intelligence.
Means no. Yeah, lets you convince a beast that you mean it no harm.
Yep.
So
So yeah, I want to use that.
Yep, so you put your mask on. I will have the 3 monkeys roll wisdom saves. And that is
Yep.
a 9, an 11, and a 12.
They all fail.
The monkeys see you approach and they just watch as you walk towards the statue, and they just watch you for a few moments as if trying to determine whether or not you're a threat. And then collectively the 3 monkeys shrug and they just go back to picking beetles off the statue. And as you approach, they flap their wings and fly up to a higher point on the statue, leaving the beetles along Ubtao's feet for you to harvest.
I say, thank you, friends. I'll only take what we need, and I'll take. How big are these beetles? Like, can
These-
I grab 2 for each person?
Yeah, these beetles are about the size of a clenched fist, so 2 for each person would probably be an adequate meal.
Yep. I'll grab 2 for each person.
So you carefully pluck beetles off the statue, 2 for each person, and as the beetles squirm and wiggle their legs, you stuff them in your bag and return to camp. And as you all roast the beetles on the campfire and bite down on them, you find the meal to be a bit strange. It's not your usual fare, and the beetles go down rather crunchy, but they are filling.
Now Bob simply do the same thing she did
Bobbit
last
just-
night, take the food and just immediately goes back to her tent.
Yep, Bobbit retires back to her tent. Very well, very
I
well.
might read some of my books tonight, though.
Very well. You may make a history check.
That's a 24.
A 24. As soon as you enter the tent, you bury yourself in the books and stay up pretty much all night reading them by the flickering candlelight of your lantern. And you discover the following. That in its day, Mesro was essentially the arcane capital of the Tabaxi Empire, in addition to being the seat of the rulership of Ubtao's Chosen. It was also the home of Chult's greatest college of magicry, and as such, anyone of any station in Mesro was taught the very basics of magic at the very least, and those from noble houses, or those who were blood relatives of the Chosen of Ubtao, were usually given free enrollment in the College of Magicry, where they would learn eventually to become competent wizards in their own right, and would eventually be assigned, if they were not rulers of Mesro, to other cities of the Tabaxi Empire to serve as oracles or arcane advisors. Indeed, at the very back of the book you were reading, you find a description of the college, and it is complete with a list of notable students of the college who were enrolled at the time of the book's writing, and it makes a big deal of the chosen of Uptown, the chosen of Uptown Lord Rayburton's daughter, Alessander, recently having been granted an enrollment in the prestigious academy, and her education being due to begin within the coming year.
Others going to note this, but there for a very long time, simply at the mention of Alexander, without saying anything. Okay.
As you get up the next morning, you look up and
Sorry.
that's okay. And spattering against the roof of Leoman's tiny hut, you see very heavy tropical rain. And as such, your visibility will be impaired until the rain stops. Move down. Who would like to make a survival check for the guides? And this will be done at...
Wait!
Yep, oh yes,
I'm
Ava.
still gonna do my poison.
Oh yeah, you're still gonna do your
Oh,
poisons,
shit.
yes. Ava, so what would you like to do with the poisons? Would you like to figure out how you can... Would you like to try to dilute them, or would you like to just figure out how they may be used in their current form?
I would like to figure out how I can use them as an ingredient
Ah, good idea.
for poisons.
Yep,
And what they'll do.
what they'll do. Very well, please make a nature check.
Where's my nature? That is 16.
16. You sit up for a while in your tent with the fruits, cutting bits of their flesh away and looking at the juice within, and you determine that it's not the whole fruit that's poisonous, rather it's just a small portion of flesh on the bottom side of the fruit where the seeds are. The seeds themselves are not poisonous, but this portion of the fruit that the seeds are encased within is filled with toxic juice. And so you spend the rest of the night essentially diluting the juice from the fruits and collecting it in a glass bottle. And as such, whenever you perform a poisoner's kit check, you may do it with advantage, as this juice, while not quite as powerful as some of the poisons you can make, certainly will add potency to whatever poison you're currently brewing.
Awesome.
And then we move on. So who would like to do a survival check? It will be done with disadvantage because of the heavy rain that's currently pouring down. Because of the heavy rain and the fog and steam that are rolling in because of it, it's hard to see more than a couple of feet in front of the party at any time.
I have a question.
Yes?
If I forego... Well, I'm probably not going to be foraging later because of the weather. Can I give the
non-poisonous parts of the fruit?
No, can I give the
That's
the guides a normal check?
Oh,
so
you'd like to assist them? Yep, very well.
yeah.
Yep. So you, noticing that the rain is impeding visibility, you decide to spend the day helping the guides. And with 3 guides put to this task, you'll be able to roll a normal survival check. So you may roll a normal survival check plus 9 for the guides.
I may as well just do that.
May as
Yep.
well.
That is 19 plus 9.
oh
Nice.
Jesus!
Ooh, nice.
X.
19 plus 9.
Just damn.
Just making sure we're getting
Well,
all
if it
the
had been
places.
Ava's modifier, it would have been 19 plus 10.
Yes, but
so-
she's only
Oh, wow.
assisting. Despite the heavy rain, with Ava's assistance, your two guides manage to find the trail and stick to it. You spend most of the day wading through ankle-high mud as mosquitoes buzz around you, and you sweat from the horrible humidity that even with the heavy rain still seems to turn your skin into a conductor for moisture. At around 2 p.m, you hear a loud rumbling coming from the sky that you assume to be thunder. But then you look up in the sky to see if you could see any distant lightning or anything like that, and your heart jumps into your mouths as you see what appears to be a huge green rock in the sky, hurtling down towards you. It's heading right in your direction. I'd like everyone to please make a dex save. And
Okay.
so Lucian,
Yeah.
because of your death curse,
Yeah,
you
I
get
take
-1.
negative.
You get -1 on your roll. So yep.
I got a 7. I clearly just staring at this freaking thing like an idiot, going, "Ooh, shiny!"
I got 16.
Oh wow.
12.
12.
Oh boy, it's coming straight at. Oh shit!
So my dex was originally a -1 to
Yes,
start
that's
with.
-2.
Okay.
Oh god.
No, I take that back because remember I increased. I think it was like my ability modifier.
Oh
like
yeah, you
ages
did.
ago.
Yes, so now
made
it's
it
back
a 0.
to -1.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
now
now I'm back to 1.
When it was, yes.
Just 1.
So
Yeah.
So everybody except Bulb seems to be transfixed on this great green rock in the sky as it hurtles towards you. And
Just before it
Yep.
hits anything, how big is it? Like,
it's quite large, at least about the size of... From what you can tell, just seeing it hurtling through the sky, it seems to be a glowing green boulder about 2 feet or more long, and as every...
because I
Yep.
passed, would I be able to cast a spell?
You really only have time to just
No,
dash
okay,
out
no,
of
that's
the way.
fair.
Yep.
Fair,
You
fair.
you dash out of the way, and everyone just stares at her, wondering what it is. And then you hear Majarib shout, "Meteorite!" as he grabs Selena and throws her into a nearby bush. Everyone else attempts to scramble, and boom! The meteorite smashes into the earth, flinging everyone except Bulb about 30 feet away, and dealing 17 points of bludgeoning damage.
Ooh-wee. And that wasn't even the encounter today. That was just
Yeah,
hitting
that
the
was-
wood.
That was just a random hex call event.
Okay,
After... Yep,
oh, sorry. No,
I was just-
finish what you were
I
explaining,
was
sorry.
going to say, you spend a few moments lying dazed in the mud, and when your senses finally return, you just hear a loud... You climb to your feet and see that the meteorite or the rock or whatever it was has created a large crater. A large crater in the mud, and the edges of the crater are still glowing bright red, hardening the mud into thick dirt around its edges as the rock just lies there at the bottom of the crater, still glowing green.
I want to check the rock.
Well, I guess because I didn't get hit at all, did I?
No, you didn't.
I want to immediately start hovering above but slightly to the side so I'm not directly in the heat.
Yep.
And try and look at this thing.
So you're just going to hover above the crater and you stare down at the glowing green rock. Please make an Arcana check.
Can I make one too, since I want to look at it?
Well, yep, if you want to creep over and...
I've been rolling so well.
Would you like to?
And then I only got a 10.
So what in the eldritch horror is this?
I got a
I
10.
don't trust it. I get it further away.
I would go 21 is just like you have Bob just sort of like looking over and just out of nowhere Bob just seemingly appears for saying going, wow, that was cool. Oh, hi.
Ava doesn't like this glowy shiny.
Bob likes the glowy space shiny.
So, Bulb, you rolled a 10 on your Arcana check?
Yeah.
You cannot identify the material at this distance that the rock appears to be made out of, but given the unnatural glow emanating from it, it is obviously magical.
Oh, it's magical.
I
Okay,
I got 21 on my check.
Yep. I'll see what Bobbit learns and if she tells us, and that'll depend on what I do next.
Okay, Bobbit, you creep towards the edge of the crater, kneel down and stare at the rock. Please make an Arcana check.
I made one while we were talking. I was at 21.
21. You stare at the rock, intrigued by what it could be, and you hear Rustlus's voice in your mind. You'd best get away, young Galisander. And you then catch something, a shadow. You then catch a flicker of shadowy movement underneath the surface of the glowing green rock, and at this point you realize that the surface of the rock is transparent as it cools down from its dramatic crash into the earth. It grows more and more transparent, and you make out a vaguely humanoid shape moving around on the other side. Something with tentacles emerging from its chin, questing like insect feelers. And
Can I? Shit, I don't want to ask outright if this is a mind flayer, but...
then, at this point, Bobbit, you feel your heart skip a beat as you realise that what you are staring at is a mind flayer space vessel.
Send checks.
Most likely containing a scouting party of extraterrestrial mind flayers, perhaps drawn to Chult to investigate the death curse for themselves.
Get away from it!
Bad. Time to run.
Is this like a cross-platform now?
Bob just sort of like sits there, looks at it, and then just Mars Chultan then just goes, "We should run."
Ava's already gone.
Yeah, Ava's already gone. See, everyone just runs ahead.
Run. Time for run.
Yep.
Sure, but at the same time, then there's going to be mind flayers loose in Chult.
Yeah, but you may or may not encounter them depending on what their mission is.
That's true. Yeah, sure.
Not my circus, not my monkeys.
Well, I mean,
if it says that they're mind flayers, Bob will run.
yeah.
If she doesn't say they're mind flayers, Bob won't.
Bobbit, do you?
Bobbit will have. Yeah, Bobbit very much just goes, "We should run." Sees Bob standing there just looking and just says, "Oh, right. Those are mind flayer. That's a mind flayer. That's bad."
then there's just a rustle of feathers as I try and flap my wings as hard as possible.
It does occur to you as you prepare to flee that the mind flayer occupant of this ship is probably not prepared to be attacked as soon as he or she emerges. So if you would like to take it out and ensure that you don't encounter it later, now would probably be the time.
That being said, that's a spaceship right there. That could have something useful.
Oh, no, believe me, I have the same thought in my head. M2 does not wish to get involved with a mind flayer, but Bobbit would most definitely go need something shiny.
It really helps that I cannot, I literally can't metagame this because I've forgotten everything about mind flayers. So,
Plus.
it's a plus. So now I'm legitimately like, do I want to try to do this or not?
Is Remy only cutting out for me?
Yeah, we can hear him. We can hear him.
There we go.
Oh.
Oh, okay.
Want to try and mess with this thing, or do we want to just leave it and hope we come across it later once it's more prepared?
Is this currently a thunderstorm that we're in?
It is.
Yes.
Tampering your visibility.
Bulb is happy to fight or flee.
Okay.
That being said, I will be keeping my distance this time because I have a bad run record with mind flayers.
Yes.
That is true.
I will support the party's decision, but I'm not making one.
Ah, for God's sake. This is annoying, because I was going to say I'm happy either way, but it seems that...
No, Ava's already, she's running.
Yeah,
She'll
Ava's,
come back and fight if
she hears. Yeah,
if she has to.
I'm gonna roll a d20.
Alright.
1 to 10. 1 to 10 is stay and fight, is what Bulb decides. 11 to 20 is run. That's a 19. We're getting the fuck out of here, boys.
Yep,
Okay,
that's a good idea.
And it's just Bowen just sort of raises her hand at one point. You just sort of grab her and just drag her off, like, aww.
And I will be casting Druidcraft in an attempt to cover our tracks.
Yep, very good idea.
As we're running, because
as
if
you-
it's a scouting party, then it's going to be a tracker.
Yep. As you watch as the rock begins to rumble, and you notice that a rectangular portion, perhaps a door, begins to vibrate and glow as if it's about to open. You turn around and scramble into the woods using Druidcraft to create a wind to cover your tracks in the mud as you depart. And you dare not look back. Who'd like to make the encounter roll for today?
God.
Can we get far enough away before it? Because I want to ask my shrubs to do something.
Ah, yes, you can get far enough away. Once you get far... Yep.
I ask both of my stealth shrubs to spend 5 hours around that area watching what happens before coming back to report.
Very well. Your shrubs groan and they go, oh man, those
This one
things
is
sound
life
like...
or death, boys.
This sounds like a bad trip though. And then they reluctantly depart into the jungle. Please roll stealth checks for both of them.
Yep, I am just getting their stats up now so I know what their modifier was. It is a +3 to stealth. Individual stealth checks or a group?
Well, it's only two. It's only two shrubs, isn't it? So yeah, two stealth checks, one for each shrub.
Oh, thank God, that's a 22.
Yep, very well.
That's one less than what their max can be, so...
Yep, so 22 for one, and what was the other?
And, nat 20, so 24.
Nat 20. Very well, lovely. So, okay.
I'm glad that I can keep my shrubs alive.
So
Jesus.
who would like to roll for the encounter today?
I suppose I might as well have my one attempt for the day.
Go ahead.
Just in case. Oh, it's a 15. Wait, was 15 the base of a failure or not? I could never remember.
Nope, it's 16 and above, so no encounter
Oh, thank
today.
God.
You're 2 for 12.
Oh, God.
As you begin to set up camp, there is a possibility to forage, but with the heavy rain and the mind flayers possibly in the vicinity, I sense that you probably don't want to forage tonight.
No, however, I will post my perception
Rations.
shrubs as lookouts near the camp.
That's a good idea.
I shall do spike growth.
Yep, spike growth, just in case, create a small barrier of thorns around Liamon's tiny hut, buried in the mud, waiting for anything to approach you to, unaware, set them off. And as the rain gets heavier, as the sun sets and pounds on your magical shelter, and you set up your camp, making a meager meal of rations. You are now down to 21 days of rations. The magic scroll that Bobbit holds begins to glow, indicating a message.
Oh, okay.
The words, a message for Bulb I saw from Jobal appear at the top of the scroll.
Bob will look at it, hold it, and go, "Hey, Bob, you got a message."
And then as soon as
Bulb's eyes light up.
and then as soon as you hand it to him, you just run off to your tent, I guess.
There is one thing I would like to do,
Yep.
dangerous as it may be. I would like to actually send. I know it's been a big day with the mind flare, so it sounds like something worth reporting. I would like to have Blinky. I'll tell the others that I want Blinky to just sort of wander around and keep an eye on things at night. But in reality, I'd like Blinky to go into stealth and keep an eye on Selena to see if she tries to send a message off to anyone else.
Very
on a
well.
sitting stone.
Please roll a stealth check for Blinky.
Oof, that is a 16 plus 5. Blinky is very
well.
stealthy, so
Very
it's a
well.
21, but yes, otherwise Bob will just go, yeah,
So-
Blinky's gonna keep an eye out for things and then just run.
So, Bulb, as you hold the scroll in front of you, the words begin to emerge. A report on the first hunt involving the Good Fortune. The details of the hunt are as follows. Bulb, I'd like you to please roll a d20 and add 2 to it for the class size of your ship.
So plus 2, was it, sorry?
Yes, plus 2.
Aha, 18.
18. Alright, I will roll for the opposing ship. 5.
Yay!
It reads, after several days of scouting, the Good Fortune managed to encounter a sloop owned by pirates. After a swift battle, the sloop was overwhelmed, the surviving crew taken captive, and all resources and treasure found on board commandeered. I have taken the proceeds of this initial hunt as per your agreement and have put it towards paying the crew and training them for more effective operation for the ship. However, as the effectiveness of the Good Fortune has been proven, we will offer 2 choices going ahead. You may continue to only hunt smaller pirate ships with the Good Fortune. These engagements will likely almost guarantee little risk of harm to come to the Good Fortune. However, any proceeds you receive will be minimal, and as such it may take several such hunts before you have accrued enough to invest further in ship upgrades or crew. Or you may authorize us to remove the cap on the size of the enemy ship hunted and go after any enemy ship that may be found. This would increase any risk of the Good Fortune coming to harm, but would potentially allow you to earn enough to invest in the ship after a single successful engagement.
Bulb writes back that he wishes to capture 2 sloops to add to the fleet before hunting larger vessels, so that the fleet can be 3 ships to hunt larger vessels.
The words come in from Jobal. Very well. We'll make orders to crew to avoid sinking enemy sloops and capture. Please note that this will result in engagements potentially being slightly riskier, as the crew will ensure that damage dealt to the enemy ships is minimal.
These conditions are agreeable and accepted. And then I would like to... So yeah, I would like to accept these conditions. And then I would also like to inform him that we have encountered mind flayers in the jungles of Chult, and just letting him know that they are here.
Jobal writes back, "Most troubling. I will hire some guides and disperse them through the jungle. Perhaps we will find out more." And then the parchment grows inert.
Awesome.
Your shrubs eventually return, Bulb, and soaking wet from the rain as they gather in front of the fire and shake their branches to dispel the water, they inform you that a party of 2 mind flayers and several intellect devourers emerged from the vessel and wasted no time in leaving the area, departing seemingly directly to the south.
Okay, Bulb sighs a very big sigh of relief, because we would have died in that encounter.
More than likely, yes.
Tells everyone in the camp this development, and then we'll go to Bobbitt's tent to, 1, inform her of the information, and 2, hand her back the parchment. But I will knock on the tent flap first.
As Bobbit signals for you to enter her tent, you pull open the flap and you see Bobbit speaking to Blinky, giving Blinky his orders for the night. Blinky looks at you, winks one of his eye stalks, and zooms out of the tent. Bobbit, do you
Good
say
hunting,
anything?
Blinky.
Blinky just nods as he zooms away. Do you say anything to Bobbit as you approach her with the parchment?
Well, I know that the Mind Flayer ship was interesting, but well, I've just been informed that there were 2 Mind Flayers and several insect devourers. We probably made the right choice in fleeing.
Keep on the thing for a second, go, oh, those are those things that tried to eat you, weren't they? Those things are scary.
Yes. They are not fun. But also, here is your parchment. Thank you. We had a successful hunt on a pirate ship.
Hooray! When does Bobbit get to see this money?
Well, I believe I should probably see the money before I can even think of paying you, to be honest.
Yep.
That's okay.
Don't know how much you're
This
getting.
this is a long-term investment. But
Yes.
it's may not pay off now, but eventually it will pay off big time
Okay.
later.
Bobbit's good at waiting.
So you settle down for the night. Early in the morning, Bobbit, you are awoken by Blinky nudging you with his eye stalks. And he tells you that he trailed Salida throughout the night, and just after 3 in the morning, she emerged from her tent after everyone was asleep, made her way to the edge of the camp, and retrieved her sending stone. He did not get to see who she was contacting, as she did not mention their name. However, she contacted them and informed them that the party had run across a Mind Flayer scouting ship, and that the Mind Flayers seemed to be travelling to the south. She then updated whoever she was talking to, informing them that the party were currently en route to Omu.
I was hoping for a name, but fine. So she's definitely keeping tabs on what we're doing.
She seems to have be reporting your movements to somebody, and everything else you find.
Mm,
Let's move on. The
I was gonna say,
rain.
we'll-
Yep.
Oh,
No, go ahead.
Wait, if she's communicating in common, which I'm guessing she is, you know, because that's the only way we
Yeah.
could understand her.
Yeah, she is.
Then that would mean that she's probably not talking to another UNT.
That's a good point.
True.
That's
Well,
true.
we still
but-
don't know who she's talking to, though. That's the problem.
Yeah, but it doesn't narrow it down, but it sort of,
Mm,
maybe not other Yuan T.
true.
Maybe her boss.
Yeah,
Perhaps.
whoever that is.
Yeah.
But who is her boss? Is it Xanatha? Is
Is
it
it-
someone worse?
Has Bobbit told us all this information?
Well, Bolt will quietly sort of sneak into, wander into Bulb's tent first thing in the morning and just sort of like, morning!
Oh, hello, young Bobbit. Not Bob. I'm Bob. Hi, Bobbit.
You're Bulb. Bobbit's Bobbit.
Me Bulb, you Bobbit.
Glad we got this figured out.
Hooray! And we'll just sort of quietly go, Bobbit gave Blinky a special job to try and see who the snake lady was talking to. He didn't say who, he didn't hear who, but she is reporting everything that we're doing.
Huh.
Yep.
Huh. Probably best to
Yeah.
get the others in on this.
So would you like to call a
Probably.
meeting and make it known?
I mean, do
'Cause
we
if-
want to confront her with this now? Or
Because
do
it's
we wanna
likely,
find
well, it's
things out?
likely if you make the others aware that this is happening, like that you'll be gathered in a group, and this would make Salida suspicious. Like she would definitely
Yeah.
notice that you're getting everyone into it.
Yeah, that's what I mean. If we try and bring everyone into it, she's gonna know because there's not that many of us here. Oh dear. What to do? Do we want to confront her with this already?
Well, we're heading towards the Yuan-Ti town, aren't we?
Yes,
That's true.
they're said to be in Omu, so
We should probably call a group meeting, let everyone know, and then confront her.
Ava can be pretty scary.
yep. So you'd
Ava
like
can be very scary.
Insanely scary.
What?
Ava can be very
you
scary.
can. So you
As
would,
long as Salida knows that.
so you would
I mean,
like
she's
to
seen you
call
in
a
action.
meeting?
Yeah, alright. I think it's time.
As you emerge out into the camp, and the heavy rain still bashes against the top of the Learman's tiny hut dome. You call a group meeting around the campfire. Would you like to invite Salida to the meeting as
I
well?
mean, it's a group meeting, so
Yep. Everyone stops what they're doing, finishes their breakfast, and you all gather around the remnants of last night's campfire. Everyone looks at you, waiting to see what could be so important as to force you to call a meeting first thing in the morning.
okay. I guess. What, do you want me to handle this, or do we want? I know I was the one with the information, but who wants to take point on this?
You can. Like you said, you're the one with the information. You need to.
Okay, well in that case, just keep your inside checks ready for us to leave.
I don't have the info, so.
Fair enough. In that
Yes.
case,
Well, while you start talking, I'm keeping an eye on Salida.
Yep. So I'd like you to make a perception check, please.
Oh fuck. Perception is +4 because of wisdom. That's a 9.
9. So,
man.
Yeah,
while-
I know. The good rolls and I fail.
alright, so Bobbit, explain to the party what's happening, why you've called this
We'll
meeting.
just sit there and pretty much just go, hi everybody, Bobbit sent Blinky out last night to wander around and keep an eye out in case those scary mind flayers came and found us, because, that's bad. Nobody likes getting their brains eaten. And she found something interesting that not everyone's aware of, and just casually looks over at Slee and goes, you've been naughty, haven't you? Who are your friends?
Bulb, you watch Salida listen intently to what Bobbit's saying, and at one point her right hand slowly moves to a pocket on her waist, and then she pulls it away. And all the time, the expression on her face does not change. She remains calm and collected.
I was going to say, what about Zinhorn? Because technically he's
Yes,
seen a...
Zinhorn has
before.
seen it too. As you ask her who are your friends, Zinhorn looks over at her and says, "Yes, I believe the same friends that you denied you had the other night." She just looks back at you and she smiles innocently and she says, "I'm afraid I don't know what you're talking about. Friends? How could I be contacting anyone in the middle of the jungle?"
Mm-hmm. Bobbit goes into one of the pockets and pulls out a sending stone, goes...
Bob pulls out the other sending stone that he has.
Just...
Her eyes narrow. She looks in turn at Bobbit, Bulb, and Zinhorn. And then she just shrugs, and she says, "Well, I don't possess anything like that, and I believe it is against the contract of our employment for you to wish to look through my supplies, so unless you're willing to drop this, I must say that unfortunately I will be terminating the terms of my service with you."
Mike being so suspicious.
Would you like to make an intimidate check, Ava?
Not yet.
Not yet.
Bobbit just sort of looks at her and says, "There's no reason for keeping secrets. We're all friends here, and let's face it, you're not the only one that has potentially dangerous friends. We're just curious as to who they are."
Bobbit, please make a persuade check with disadvantage.
Of course, it's a bloody disadvantage.
Are you in danger?
I rolled a 13 and then an 8, which is a nat 1 for me.
Would you like to spend inspiration?
You know what? Yeah, I would. I have enough to try and make that work, so let's try this again. Okay, that's a 17. It was a 10 this time.
Selena thinks for a moment, and then she sighs. She reaches into the small pack around her waist and retrieves the small pebble-shaped sending stone. She glares at you and says, "Catch!" as she throws it in your direction.
Well, I guess catch it.
You catch it, and as you hold it in your palm, it begins to glow. A raspy older female voice begins to rasp through the sending stone. "Selena, you've pulled out your sending stone. Do you have anything to report, dear?"
Just silence for a moment. You just get this. "Hello, we're Selena's friend. She's been traveling with us. Who are you? It's nice to meet you."
"By blasted Timora!" You hear some other voice in the background that you can't quite make out. And then the voice you're talking to says, "Just wait on a moment, I have to confer with my advisor." You then hear two voices murmuring in the background. Would you like to make a perception check with disadvantage?
Oh god, I mean I can try, but it's gonna be rubbish no matter what I do here. Okay.
Bob would like to say to Selena, "You're not part of a bloody pyramid scheme, are you?"
Best I can give you is an 8, folks.
8. Yeah, you can't make out either of the voices. And Selena just turns to Bulb and says, "A pyramid scheme? No, you couldn't be further from the truth." The murmuring voices stop, and then the voice you heard before says, "Okay, I'm back. Bobbit, was it, dear?"
Sure is. Who are you?
Scimitar Sally, if you please.
Oh!
You're fucking kidding.
I told you!
Oh my
I told you
God.
she was a rogue! I told you!
Wow, that's a pretty name.
She says, I won't go through the full rigmarole of telling you who exactly I am, but I do believe you have made the acquaintance of my right-hand woman. In the background you hear someone say, hello, it's Reva.
Oh, you're the
Eva has
invisible
met
lady.
Reva. Hi!
Say, you're the invisible lady. Hi.
Scimitar Sally continues and says, let's just say I make it my business to know what's happening in the furthest reaches of the land, and especially considering the quest you're on, and knowing that you were put to this task by the Fellowship of Steel, of which my right-hand woman is still nominally a member. I've been keeping tabs on you, and when it reached my ears that you required a guide, I tapped one of my local agents, Salida.
You could have just told
I was
us.
gonna say.
Do we... None of us know who Scimitar Sally is, so we don't...
No.
Oh, did we know that Reva was part of the Harpers?
Yes. Well, you know that she's part of the Fellowship of Steel, at the very least. So you know she's part of the people who tasked you on this quest.
Yeah.
But we don't know she's part of the Harpers, so we don't
No.
know that they're Harpers.
No.
Bold would like to speak up and just go, just for our peace of mind, what organization are you? Because we have a few organizations that like us and a few others that don't like us, and, well, yeah.
Scimitar
Getting in
Sally
trouble.
Scimitar Sally whispers something to Reva. What should we tell them? I'll just tell them about the... Oh, very well, woman, I'll do it. We are known as the Shields of Yata. We are, well, you would call us a thieves' guild, I imagine, but we have the best interests of the people at heart. We certainly don't want the world to end because some blasted demi-lich from another dimension decided that this entire world was his morning snack. And then she
Damn
said,
it, we don't know that Reva's died in the past. Damn it.
yeah,
Oh yeah, she
Yeah.
isn't she?
Oh no!
yeah, she's suffering from the death curse. And,
Yes,
But we don't know this.
no, you don't know this.
No, we don't.
Scimitar Sally goes on and says, as for the secrecy, well, secrecy is the number one rule of our organization, and what sort of agent of the Shields of Yata would Salida be if she went blabbering her mouth to absolutely everyone, even those who would mean us no harm and are, as of yet anyway, not enemies to our organization?
Yeah, you just hear Bob in a very flat voice all of a sudden just goes, secrets are only good until they're spilled.
Scimitar Sally
Okay, Bobbit.
Scimitar Sally continues and says, I have been communing with Salida. She's been keeping me abreast of your movements and your findings, and in return, I have been keeping her abreast of the movements of her UNT fellows.
Ah, there's the connection.
So I was on the right path last week.
Yes.
Yeah.
And so was
Yeah.
Zinhorn.
Mm.
Scimitar Sally says, now, if you don't mind, you're interrupting a romantic brunch with my right-hand lady, so if there's nothing else...
Well, we just wanted to make sure you weren't anyone bad so we wouldn't have to try and murder your lovely friend. But we're good now, so bye.
Oh, wait, hold on 2 seconds before you go. Do you know how to send money great distances?
If anyone knows.
Yeah. You are self-professed thieves guilds of sorts, so I would imagine you would know how to send items from one place to another. I have business transactions, and I would like to be able to actually pay.
She says,
Payment up front.
She says,
I like it.
in the background, you just hear a gruff male voice shout, "Payment up front!" And Scimitar Sally says, "Yes, I know, Vector. Look, I thought I told you to pour Eva and I a drink." "Yes, Mom."
Aww.
Scimitar Sally says, I do know such methods, however, I'll have to reach out to certain channels, and as much as I would love to say payment up front, you really have no way of doing so at the moment until I tell you. So, I would like you to tell me, yes or no, do you accept my guild possibly taking a cut of all money you transfer?
Oh, that's a yes or no answer. I can't ask what the percentage is.
Yeah, you can't. Yeah, there's not much room for negotiation on that one, champ.
Money that I send, taking a cut.
I'm probably trying to ask, going, wait, how much money? You're not the only person he's promised money to.
She says, let us say 25%, a quarter of all your earnings.
Ugh. Is her assistance going to help you earn more?
It's not really. It's just I want to be able to send money so that I can spend upgrades for my ship without having to actually take down ships to earn the money remotely.
For convenience sake, more.
So it depends on if you want to pay for the service.
Yeah.
I am going to have to decline. Sorry, it was more asking so that I have more convenience, but for 25%, the convenience can be held.
Very well then, says Scimitar Sully. Now, return Salida's property and never speak my name again. Tar, thank you, Vector. At this point, the sending stone ceases to glow and returns to its inert form. Salida just stands there with her hands on her hips, staring at you, and she holds out her other hand. My sending stone, please?
I'll pass it back, going, I'm just glad we fixed this. It would have been a real shame to get rid of you.
Charmed,
Told
I'm
you
sure,
she was
she
good,
says.
people. Told you.
She says, now, the rain is pouring, we don't have much daylight. Let's pack up this camp and get on our way. And by the way,
I will be back.
Yes. And by the way, Scimitar Sally is 100% serious. Don't mention this again, or she will be very, very angry.
Robert understands.
She winks at you and she says, let's just say there's a reason why Xanathar's thugs haven't caught up to you in Chult.
We're gonna have to get her a present. She seems like a nice lady.
And so, who would like to make the survival check? I would assume Ava's assisting again, so it could just be a normal one.
I may as well. If no one else wants to.
Yeah, I'm good.
Oh shit. Can I use an inspiration point?
You can.
Because that was a nat one. Okay, I'll just get rid of the inspiration point and then I'll do it again. Hey, nat 20 that time. I got a nat 1 then a nat 20.
Nat
what
20.
The fuck?
Well done.
The heavy rain continues pouring down, and yet Mujarab and Salida doggedly stick to the trail. You wade through ankles-high mud yet again. For another day, as the mosquitoes swarm you, paying particular attention to Sir Lucian, perhaps attracted to his putrid skin that at this point gives off the subtle smell of rotten meat.
Ew.
I cast Druidcraft constantly around
Yeah,
him, making
to
him
just
smell like
keep-
roses.
Yep.
Everything.
It is time for the encounter check. Who would like to do it?
Ah,
I love how it gets silent whenever you ask that one.
Go ahead, M1. You may roll it.
15. Go for it.
15, and with the heavy rain, I'm going to add +1 to the roll to bring it to 16.
bastard.
You reduce
You wanted that.
visibility.
I want an encounter. Let's do this.
Okay.
If anything, I'm camouflaged because I'm sickly and dying.
Yes.
We took a short rest.
You look like a bog, Sir Lucian.
Some health for that.
Around 3 p.m., you hear rustling in the trees ahead. You can't quite make out the source of the noise due to the heavy rain. Cautiously drawing your weapons and moving ahead, you stumble out into a clearing where creatures of the jungle are waiting to ambush you. Everyone, please roll for initiative.
I need Sir Lucian to show initiative.
6.
6 for Bold,
21.
21 for Bobbit.
I got -1, so I'm 10.
10 for Sir Lucian, and now we just need Ava.
We need you to come back. While we're waiting, do we want to? Is there anything they want to plug?
Oh, well, it's okay. I'll just start the combat and get her to.
That makes sense.
Okay. Let's. Roar! You hear a terrifying roar as a party of 4 were-tigers and a dire were-tiger come
Oh my God.
running out of the jungle on their daily hunt, and they have clearly decided that you are today's prey.
Oh,
Yeah.
where tiger? Now,
Yeah.
before we start, did that lady that we did the job for, did she say that she was a were-tiger?
Yes, she did.
Yes.
She did. Okay. I have a plan.
It is Bobbit's. It is Bobbit/Alisander's turn first up.
Not gonna go into the LSM bit anymore, but we won't go into the reasons why. What to do?
Oh god, what was that girl's name?
Let me look it up.
That's a good question. What was her name?
I've got notes, sorry.
Oh, yep, you got
I did
those.
take notes of that. So
Yep.
I'll
All
find
right.
out.
So, what would you like to do, Bobbit?
So only encounter today, and 516 doesn't seem like a completely fair fight, so I might summon some back up.
Very
Just
well.
Casually, just shake the stick a couple
I'm
of
back.
times. Smack it.
Ava's
We're
back.
fighting.
Roll for-
Hi, Ava.
Roll for initiative, Ava. We're fighting were-tigers.
Oh god.
Yep.
Whose fault is this?
Well, it was
the DM's actually.
yeah my fault
Yeah.
because M1 rolled a 15 and then I added a +1 to it because of the poor visibility. So
So in reality,
get
he
over.
really wanted us to fight these guys, so he kind of fucked us over.
I got a 9.
You got a 9. Okay, so yep. So still Bobbit up first. What are you doing, Bobbit?
Before Bobbit does anything, she notices that Bob is fingering the mask that he's wearing.
The
Oh,
mask
there
of
we
animal
go.
friendship.
Bob just sort of looks at him and goes, "Oh hey, that tiger lady that said she wasn't gonna eat us had one of those."
That's
Yep.
right.
She's the one that sent us to get this, and she said she was a were-tiger.
Yeah.
Yes.
Do
And-
you want to be a were tiger? Weird.
And it is Bobbit's. And so Bobbit, would you like to name drop this person? I'm just going to get her name.
Her name was Azaka.
Yeah, Azaka. That's right.
Azaka?
Yep.
Azaka.
Well, Bob will simply turn to the rest of the group and just yell out, are you guys friends of Azaka?
The dire were-tiger steps forward. He roars and he says, "Do not mention that traitor who stole
fuck.
away our clan's mask."
Oh shit, you're wearing that mask. Ooh. Cool.
Well, I gotta wait for my turn before I can do anything and say anything to them, so.
Yeah.
What would you
cool.
like to do now, Bobbit?
Well, they seem pissed at us, so Bobbitt's just gonna casually go, I'm gonna go summon, hopefully try and summon more murder chickens. Is that okay with everybody?
Yep.
Yep, cool, doing it anyway.
Keep us alive until I can talk.
Go ahead.
Okie dokie. Just making friends, let's go. So I gotta roll to see what we get now. Let's see, it's a 2. What do I win this to DM?
So what does a 2 give you according to your spell?
I believe I get the least amount, but I also get this potentially the strongest from that. That is this demons, D6 1 to 2. I get 2 demons of challenge rating 1 or lower.
Oh.
So I get, yeah. So the lower I roll, the less I get, but they are stronger for it, unless the DM decides to throw me just 2 random
Yes.
ones.
A gust of humid air sweeps through the battlefield. The skies above, what you could see of them through the jungle canopy anyway, grow darker, and lightning begins to coalesce overhead as a black sludge begins to pool on the ground in 2 places in front of Bobbit, and something horrifying begins to emerge from them. I'm going to get to the specific token for this, as 2 more demons emerge
Oh my
out
god!
of the sludge in front of Bobbit. Large, black sludge and fleshy growths. The only thing notable about them being the 10 or more revolving, pulsating eyes on the top of the mass, surrounding a huge, toothy mouth.
Nifty. Do these ones communicate telepathically, I believe?
And as they emerge, you hear their voices in your mind. Hail, Lady Alessandra! We will do your bidding.
Just if that boat just sort of goes in her head. Mental note, need to update the orientation with new names. Bobbit is fine! And we'll happily just quickly give them the orientation spiel before we get going. But it's a telepathic one, so we're not repeating
Yes,
again.
it only
If you'd
takes
like-
a second.
Yeah, if anyone would like to hear the full one, please feel free to watch last week's episode.
Both more demons begin to ooze forwards, their teeth chattering as they speak a single word in common. Souls. 5, 10,
They're gonna eat them.
5, 30. And each of them moves forwards right up to where Tigers 1, 2, 3, and 4. More Demon 1 rolls a bite attack, unfortunately misses. More Demon 2 rolls a bite attack and hits, dealing 12 points of piercing damage to Were Tiger 3. It is now the enemy's turn. Were Tiger 3 runs away, drawing an attack of opportunity from More Demon 2, who only rolls a nat 1 and gnashes at the air.
God damn it.
It roars, charging towards Sir Lucian. And lashes out with its claws and teeth. That will be... so how many does it make? Has 2 scimitar attacks. Or 2... attack like... Take 2 claw attacks. Okay, so Sir Lucian, that will be a miss on the first attack, rolling a 10. As Sir Lucian raises his shield, the second attack is an 11, also bouncing harmlessly off Sir Lucian's shield. It then goes in for a bite, and this time it hits. Sir Lucian, you take 12 points of piercing damage, and you must make a con save.
Oh god.
Ugh, fun. So how many points? 12 points, you said.
12 points, and you must make a con save.
Remember to take -1 for that as well.
Yep, -1 to that, so...
Okie dokie dokie doke. Alright, let's do this. I have got Let's do this properly. That is 11, so Constitution. 10. I
10.
fail.
Well, 10 plus,
let's
what was
see.
your con mod?
Oh, it becomes 14, but it's still lower than my Constitution of 18.
Yeah. So, it's con mod. Well, your Constitution's 18, so that's plus 4. So, and then minus 1. So you just passed. You just got the 12 required to pass, so you're fine.
Wait, what?
Yeah,
Your con ability isn't the pass or fail.
Yeah.
No,
I forgot about that.
the
Yep.
DM sets
Alright.
pass failures, and
So-
trust me, getting bitten by a were-tiger, you could probably guess what might happen if
Yeah,
you...
the DC was
failed
12
that
and he
con.
just passed it. Where Tiger 2 rushes away from more Demon 1, which makes it attack of opportunity, gnashing out with its teeth, and hits, dealing 7 points of piercing damage to the Were-Tiger. Were-Tiger 2 rushes and pounces at Ava. I'll just remove Zin Horn since he's not actually here.
Did I say you could do that?
So that will be 2 claw attacks. The first one is a 23, so that will be 6 points of slashing damage.
Motherfucker.
The second one is a miss, and then the bite attack is a 9, which is also a miss.
Ooh.
Get wrecked.
The-
Wait, how much damage did I take?
You took, let me see.
What was it, 9? 6?
Yeah, 9, 6 points of slashing damage.
Okay. Yeah.
Where Tigers 1 and 4 strike at the more demons. So 13, let's see.
It's okay, you can just summon more demons.
I mean, I can do that exactly one more time, but yes.
So more demon 1 takes 9,
I was making
16,
a joke.
26 damage,
Yay.
and more demon 2 is unaffected. The dire were Tiger uses his rally ability, roaring his great roar, seeping through the area and giving 2 allies within his that he can see an extra action. He chooses Were Tigers 3 and 2. Where Tiger 2 attacks Ava again. The 2 claw
Fuck off.
attacks are both misses. The bite attack is a 21, that is a hit. Ava takes 7 points of piercing damage and must make a con save.
Oh god.
Just a sec. I'm just doing my math. Alright. Con save, you say?
Yep.
No problemo. That is 18 plus 3.
Yep, that is a pass. And
I drink poisons, bitch.
and with that, it is Ava's turn.
Alright, I need to, sorry, it's hard doing everything from
Yeah, from the
portable
phone.
devices. Sec. I need the map. It was open and then I lost it. Oh, okay, that's why, because it's not in the browser, it's
In the Discord
in
app.
Discord.
That
Alright.
makes sense.
Alright, now it's in the browser. Do you want to load? That would be nice.
Oh yeah, because you're on phone, it might. Well,
There we
Nope.
go. Okay,
There
so
we go.
I'm currently engaged with Were Tiger 2.
yep.
So I will smack a bitch.
Go ahead.
I'll try and smack a bitch.
Go ahead and smack a
let's
bitch.
see. 5 plus 8, not great.
5 plus 8, let me check.
13.
13, and that is a hit on a Were Tiger. Go ahead and roll
What?
damage.
That's crazy. Alright, I will declare them my favored foe as well.
Yep.
So that gives me an extra d6. And they'll have psychic damage as well. Where's that d4? There it is. Alright. Let's party. I'm gonna get all these extra dice out of the straight. Sorry, I'm playing on the bed.
That's okay.
Let's see what we get. Alright, so that's 5 plus 5, so 10.
10, yep, not bad.
My D4 was a 2.
2, yep.
And favoured foe a 3.
3, so 15, not bad at all. And you still have your other attacks.
Yep. I do. So I will. The favoured foe is only once per.
It is only
round,
once per
isn't it?
round.
Yeah.
And both of your weapons, are magical, so you are able to hit them for full damage. So.
Okay. All right. All right. Now the offhand, I'll do. 6 plus 7.
6 plus 7. That is 6 plus 7. That is 13. That's a hit.
Oh gosh. All right. That is 6.
6. Nice.
And now my final attack.
Yep.
That was 12 plus 8, so that's a hit.
That's a hit. Yep. Go ahead and roll.
And that was a 6, so 6 plus 5, 11.
6 plus 5 is 11. Nice. A good hit altogether. Okay.
A flurry of blows, one might say.
The were-tiger roars, trying to catch your sword in its claws, but it's too slow, and you jab it, cutting through its striped fur several times. It is Sir Lucian's turn. Oh, yep. He's gonna throw axes or longsword. Okay. So I'll roll for Sir Lucian. 2d20. He rolled a 7, so he hits on his second. On his first swing with the longsword, he rushes forwards and then slips, not on a banana this time, but on the mud. He stumbles, rights himself, and then goes in for his second attack and hits. And he's going to deal 7 points of damage to Were-Tiger 3. It is now Veska's turn. And Veska steps forwards. And she is going to cast... Actually, she is going to cast Ray of Frost on Were-Tiger 2. She hits and deals 12 points of damage to it, as small shards of ice begin to glisten on the Were-Tiger's fur. It is now Bulb's turn.
Okay. Bulb was Bulb flies up into the air, maybe 10 feet or so, just so that they can all see him.
Yep.
And he pulls off the mask and holds it aloft and says, back in Port Nianzuru, we met the person that we won't name in order to keep things polite, and they asked us to retrieve this mask. And you have now asserted that it is your tribe's mask. May I hear more of what you mean?
The dire Were-Tiger roars a terrifying roar, and he beats his bare humanoid chest with his hands, and he says, "That mask is an heirloom of our tribe, a thing that ties all of us Were-Tigers together. We will take it from your dead hands after we have killed you, for we must also hunt."
Do you want to take it from our live hands and we'll help you hunt?
What would you like to say to that, Bulb?
Well, I was thinking, seeing as it is actually rightfully yours, and that's the person that asked us to retrieve it is actually a thief, I was going to offer to give it back if you let us pass.
Make a persuade check, please.
Fuck.
Can I help him?
Yes, you may help him.
Oh, thank God. Okay, so 2.
Slubber likes to help.
Hey, that's a nat 20, but that goes down to a 19.
19.
Better than nothing.
The
Yeah,
dire
I'll take it.
the dire were-tiger looks at you, and he says, "We do not deal with weaklings." He takes a step back into the bushes. He says, "I will withdraw from this fight. Defeat my underlings, and we have a deal."
Oh,
Wait, so we defeat the underlings and they let us pass.
but that was a dire were-tiger.
So you're just-
We can survive this now.
Okay. I was just checking to make sure I knew what the deal was. I thought he meant like he'd take the mask and then he'd still try and kill us, but...
So he's just gonna sacrifice his underling?
Well-
I believe as a tribal, I would believe that with my upbringing, I might know a little bit about tribal societies. Would I, Dale?
Yeah, you would. Yes.
Yeah, were-tigers probably go on strength. Only those that are strong are allowed to survive.
Yep. It would be that. That is almost exactly what. Basically, he and these were-tigers consider it as if they're going to fall in battle against you, then they don't deserve to be part of the tribe anyway. So.
So they wish to die with honor?
Yes.
Yeah.
Alright. I can do
I
that.
wish they'd mentioned that.
As long as it's
Sorry,
consensual.
So, Bulb, you have your
Unconsensual.
actual turn.
Yep, okay, I put the mask back on and I summon animals.
Yep.
Oh, wow.
Please place them on the map where you'd like them.
Yep, I just want to mark off that I've used conjure animals once. There we go, before I forget. Okie dokie, so obviously wolves, because
Yep,
they have
always
the
summon
best
wolves.
ability. There we go. So it's going to be 2 for each.
2 for each were-tiger. Yep.
Yeah,
It's
See?
raining wolves.
Yep. And
I was gonna say, tigers and wolves and more demons, am I?
So while they are conjuring into existence, I'm going to fly into the tree right next to me and perch on a branch.
Yep.
And all these wolves are going to attack their respective were-tigers, and they get it with advantage.
Yep.
And if they hit, the were-tigers have to make a DC 11 strength saving throw.
Yep.
Or be knocked
prone. Very well. They will now act. So, over at Were-Tiger 1, your 2 wolves go in for the attack. One of the wolves hits. So
Yep.
go ahead and roll damage.
That's 2d4, I believe, isn't it?
Yep.
Oh, shit. Don't, Lizzie, don't eat that. So that is 6 damage.
6 damage. The Were-Tiger rolls 16 on his strength save.
Yep, he
For
passes.
Were-Tiger 4, both of your wolves hit. Go ahead and roll damage for both of them.
Okay. That first attack was actually an 8 because it's 2d4 plus 2.
Ah, yes.
So these ones are a 5 and a 4.
5
And he must make 2
Yep.
saves.
So his first one is... let's see... a 12 and a 9, so he falls prone as one of your wolves pounces on him, pinning him to the mud.
Yep.
For Were-Tigers 2 and 3, one of your wolves gets a hit in on each, so please roll
Okay,
that,
yep.
and I will roll their strength.
So the first one is a 6,
A 6, yep.
and the next one is another 6.
And that is a 15 on both their strength rolls.
Yep. Okay. So one of them is prone,
Yep.
Sorry.
and I'm getting damage in.
Yep, Were-Tiger 4 is prone. Okay, it is Bobbitt's turn. And yes, Kitty, you were saying something?
Oh, I sneezed.
Oh, that's okay, we didn't hear it. Yep, Bobbit, you're up.
Hey. Let's see. I don't actually really need to move from where I am because thankfully Eldritch Blast is 120 feet. So I'm gonna go and assist. I'm gonna go assist my more demons since every good employer should help their employees, and I will cast Eldritch Blast one at Were Tiger 1, and the second will go Were Tiger 4. So I get 2 of those.
Yep, go ahead and roll to hit them.
So one is 17, the other is 19.
Both are hits. Roll for damage.
Excellent. One gets an 8, and the other one can have a 6.
Nice. It is now your More Demon's turn. More Demon 2 rolls with advantage to hit. And does not hit once, unfortunately. More Demon 1 also rolls with advantage. And that is a hit. Where Tiger 1 takes 18 points of piercing damage.
Damn!
As the More Demon chomps at his limbs. Okay.
I like big things.
It is now the enemy's turn. Where Tiger 1 attacks back at the wolves. So that is, let's see. So that is 8 points of damage on the first wolf, and then goes in with a bite. And that is 18 points of damage on the first wolf altogether.
That wolf dies.
Yep, so that wolf is dead. Where Tiger... He dissipates into dust. Where Tiger 4 attempts to break away, prompting an attack of opportunity from both wolves and the More Demon.
Yep.
Where you going, chump?
The More Demon hits, dealing 14 points of piercing damage, and neither of the wolves hit, unfortunately.
Okay, no, fair enough.
Where Tiger 4 barrels towards Bulb and attempts to leap up into the tree. I will roll an attack. I will roll. Moves at least 15 feet and hits with a claw attack. Very well. He passes his athletics check, scrambles up in the tree, and attacks Bulb with a claw attack. That is...
My AC...
Yep.
My AC is 16, I believe.
Okay, so the first one does not hit. That is a 14. The second one is a non-natural 20.
Yep, that hits.
He hits you for 7 points of slashing damage. And as he used his pounce attack by moving at least 15 feet towards you, and then hit you with a claw attack, you must succeed on a DC 14 strength save.
Ooh, okay. Oh.
That's bad.
Come on, just roll a fucking 15 or higher, come on. Nah, I fail.
You fail, you fall prone, dropping out of the tree, taking 3 points of bashing damage. And then as you're prone, the lycanthrope gets to make his bite attack with advantage.
Okay. Although he's up in the tree.
Yeah, well, he's just going to leap down right on top of you and make it. So that is a 19 to hit. It was a 13 and a 19.
Yep.
That is 11 points of piercing damage, and you must make a con save, DC 12.
So
That's, after all.
9. So con save. I actually have a positive in con, so that's 13. So I pass.
You pass.
Right. I need all those damages again, so I can roll multiple concentration checks.
So the first one is just DC 10. They're both DC 10 concentration. They're less than 13 damage.
The first one is a pass. Second one is a pass. Cool.
Lovely,
so my
wolves are still up.
I passed my constitution. Yep. So I'm. Yep.
Where Tiger 2 is going to break away from Ava, getting an attack of opportunity from her.
Suck it, bitch! Okay, that is 9 plus, I believe, 8. I need to turn my tablet.
Yep, that is an attack. That is
9 plus 8, yes.
Yep, you may roll for damage.
Yep. Which is just regular.
Yep.
Alright, 7.
7, nice. One of Bulb's wolves also also gets a hit off, deals 10 points of damage to Were Tiger 2, but does not knock him prone. Were Tiger 2 roars as he runs around this lake and comes up to Alisander.
Oh, it's fine.
The first claw attack is a 14, you block it with your shield. The second claw attack is an 18.
That's just mercy.
You take 4 points of slashing damage, and
Wow.
you must roll a DC 14 strength save,
Oh, yay.
as he used his pounce ability on you.
Yeah, no. Not even close.
Yep, you are knocked prone, allowing him to make his bite attack with advantage, and that is a 10 and a 23. So, Bobbit,
Oh,
you
23
take...
hits. I have to roll 10 on the,
Yes, you will have to-
concentration.
So you take 11 points of piercing damage. You must make a DC 10 concentration roll.
How much did I take on that first hit? That was 10, right?
Yeah, 10. So the claw attack was 4, and the bite attack was 10. 11,
So
sorry.
14
So
all up. So
15 all up.
15 all up.
Yep.
Okay. Try to get that down. And what am I rolling for con?
10.
Yep, that's a pass.
Yep, and now you must make a constitution save, DC 13.
That's an 18. So that's also a
18. So you are not cursed with lycanthropy this day.
pass. Actually, I was going to say, and also technically get advantage, because is that a disease?
It is. It's a disease, yes.
Yeah, so an advantage.
It is Were Tiger 3's turn. He lunges at Sir Lucian, and both of his claw attacks miss, bouncing off Sir Lucian's shield, and his bite attack also misses as his teeth grind against Sir Lucian's armor. It is.
Did my wolves hit the Were Tiger 2 as it ran away?
They did, but didn't knock him prone.
But you rolled damage and everything?
I did. I rolled for
Okay,
them.
okay, cool, cool.
It was 10 damage all up. It is now Sir
Okay, fair.
Lucian's turn.
Huzzah! Okay, can I... I'm already locked into combat with Were Tiger, aren't I?
Yep, we're Tiger 3, unless you want to try to break off. However, he's flanked by Bulb's wolves, so any attacks you make against him are with advantage.
Alright, but if I do break away from combat with him, is he already locked into combat with the wolves?
Well, he'll still get an attack of
not yet.
opportunity against you. He's basically locked into combat with all three of you. So, if you...
Alright, so I'm just gonna swing at the Were Tiger.
Yep, and you roll with
Longsword.
you roll with advantage on this, and as this is a combat roll, you don't get a penalty.
Ooh, that's a 6.
6 plus your strength. Yes, but it's with
10.
it's with advantage, so you get to roll 2 dice to see if you hit.
Okay, 13, so
Yep, so you hit
that's,
on
that's
this.
a hit.
Yep, so go ahead, roll your damage. Would you like to spend a charge?
Yeah. What does this tiger somewhat look like? Is he in a weakened state, or is he
He's looking a bit hurt.
looking a bit hurt?
Yep, might be.
You
Yep.
know what? I might not waste a charge on him.
Alright, so just go ahead
So
with the
I'm just going to roll for
1d8.
damage.
Yep, roll for damage.
8.
8, not bad at all.
That's 12.
Yeah, 12 points of
And-
damage, and your second attack, roll for advantage. Roll with advantage again.
Freaking nat 1.
But but you still
19.
get. Yes, 19. Go ahead and roll for damage.
9 points of damage.
Would you like
Hey,
to?
not bad.
Would you like to spend a charge on this one to get the extra d6?
You know what, yeah, why not? Let's do it. Okay.
Yep.
Plus an extra 4 points.
Yep. And as the charge hits the Were Tiger, he roars as he goes down.
Yay.
It is now Ava's turn.
Oh, helps if I'm unmuted.
Yes.
Awesome.
All right. Just wait. I'm bringing the map back up again. Sorry, I was talking to Ava's Inspo's handler.
Yes. Flying very fast.
Yeah.
Pretty cool.
Alright, so where Tiger 2 has moved away from me.
He has, yep.
I know that Bulb is currently knocked prone.
Yes, but his wolves are still up.
Yeah. I'm just trying to decide which is better to go after.
Where Tiger 4's the more hurt one, because he's been fighting wolves and more demons before he came down here.
You know what I'm going to do? Actually, how close to being dead are they?
Where Tiger 4's looking considerably beaten up, where Tiger 2 is a little bit hurt, where Tiger 1 is also looking considerably beaten up.
How beaten up is Bulb?
He is looking fairly beat up, but...
Are you in immediate danger of death?
No.
Okay, alright, I'll go for Where Tiger 2 then.
Alright. You rush up to Where Tiger 2, he's now flanked.
Yes. Alrighty, so we've got advantage. I like advantage. Alright, time for a flurry of blows, and Where Tiger 2 is still my favourite foe.
Yep.
So, yeah, suck it. 14 plus 8.
That's a hit.
Oh, that's right. I've got advantage, don't I?
Yes, you do. So you may as well try again, see if you get it
We'll
crit.
just see if we get that nat 20. We did not.
We did not.
Thanks for trying.
Alright, oh, that was sad. 6 normal damage.
Yep. Plus your psychic and your favoured foe damage.
Yeah. So plus 3. And favoured foe was a 4.
Yep.
And now the second attack. And that's with advantage, isn't it?
It sure is.
Yeah. I'm just like to make sure. Alright, that's 17.
17, nice. That's a hit.
And that's 6 damage.
6 damage, yep.
And last attack. That is 15 plus 8. Or, let's see. No. So 15 plus 8.
That's a hit. Roll for damage.
Yeah. That was 8.
8. You leap forward and strike Where Tiger 2 just under his neck. He pulls away, barely able to remain standing. It is now...
No one touches my puppet!
It is now Veska's turn. She breaks off, runs around, and casts Magic Missile on Where Tiger 4. And deals 11 points of force damage to it. It is now Bulb's turn.
Okay. Bulb. So I'm guessing Where Target 2 is looking very, very close to death.
Yeah, he's
Where
very
Target
close to
4
death. He is quite hurt.
Quite hurt. Can I make my wolves attack before I do my action?
Yes, you can.
Okay, I would like these 2 wolves to attack.
Yep, and you'd like these
First?
other 2 wolves to run up and attack as well?
I would like to see what these 2
Do
do
first.
first.
Very well. That is 1 hit. Roll damage.
That was 7 damage.
7 damage. Nice. And the Were Tiger has rolled a 15 on his strength save.
Okay, I will send another wolf over.
Yep. Ooh! It goes in, and that is a hit. Roll for damage.
That is... Oh, 9 damage.
9 damage. Ooh. And where Tiger 4 rolls a 12 on his strength save.
Okay, well, I may as well send the last wolf in.
Yep. Woo! Go ahead and roll to hit. Actually, sorry, I gotta roll to hit. That is
Yeah.
unfortunately not a hit.
Okay,
But
but
two
he's
out of-
looking a lot closer
He's-
to death than he
Yep.
was before.
Yep.
Okay, well then I send these two over to attack Were Tiger 1.
Yep.
And so
Okay.
those three all attack with
Yep,
advantage.
with advantage. All three of them hit. Roll for damage.
Oh shit. Nice.
More
ooh,
demons
that
coming in
was-
the middle
9 for the first.
9 for the first.
7 for the second.
Yep.
And 6 for the third.
Ooh. He's looking close to death as all the wolves gather around him, picking at him.
There's a very happy More Demon in front of him right now.
It is.
Yep.
Yep. And Bulb, now you can take your action.
Okay.
Your action.
Now, I'm going to use 5 feet, 5 feet or 10 feet of movement to stand
Yep.
up.
Stand up.
And then I'm going to try and... Oh, my staff's not a versatile weapon.
Dang.
Finesse, I mean.
It's not a finesse, but you can still try to hit him.
I can still try to hit him.
Or you could get a distance away and try to shoot him.
Yeah, but I'll take an attack of opportunity from him.
Yeah, but you could survive one. You can survive one claw attack.
Mm.
I'm going to whack him in the head with my stick.
All right, go ahead. Roll to hit him.
Fuck off. I'm going to use my last inspiration point because I want to
Yep.
hit this bastard.
Go ahead.
Fuck off! No, that's a miss.
Yep.
I have to
You
win.
swing your staff at him, and he dodges deftly out of the way, raising his
however-
claws to fend off the wolves.
I am going to cast a first level healing word on myself.
That's a good idea.
Is that? That's 1d4 plus
Yep.
sword.
Plus your
So
wisdom.
that's 7. That's
It
good enough.
is Alisander's turn.
One question, can More Demon 2 make it to where I am in this turn?
No, they can only move 30
Yeah.
feet.
I figured. I was hoping to keep him alive long enough for the More Demon to catch him and eat him. You gotta be nice like that. But, What to do? How close to death is this guy looking like? Directly?
He's looking quite beaten up. All three were-tigers that are alive are looking quite close to death.
Interesting. Well, in that case, Bubba's gonna do something odd here. She's gonna put away the stuff for a second, and from her hip she's gonna pull out a very old-looking dagger that has never seen any use before, and casually go up to this thing and just try to stab it.
Stab it with your dagger. Go ahead, roll to hit.
Yep. Okay, it's not... And there's a 16 hit.
It does.
Oh, nice.
And you're just shouting like a goblin. Yeah, 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 as you...
Hey, later than that, there's just like dead silence as Bob just casually strolls over to this thing while it's like trying to regain its composure and just goes straight for its heart. And that's gonna be 7 points of piercing damage.
Ooh, you leave him on 1 HP.
Oh, that's mean. And Bob just sort of looks and goes, I wonder if my friends can get to you before you can get away.
More
Let's
demon...
find out.
More Demon 1 makes an attack with advantage against Were-Tiger 1 and crunches its body up in its toothy maw.
Hold on.
This...
Did I get advantage on my attack?
Yeah, you rolled twice.
You
No, but I used
Oh,
inspiration.
yeah, go ahead. I'll let you roll it. Yeah, that's right. I'll let you roll again.
That would have been a 13.
Yeah, okay, well, go ahead. Roll the damage.
I just realised. Shit, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. What does my staff do? 1d6 bludgeoning. Although it would have been two-handed, which is 1d8, isn't it?
Yes.
Yes.
Which would have been 3 damage.
Thunk! You pound Were-Tiger 4 on the head and he drops down to the ground like a sack of flour.
Oh, damn, you got him.
As more Demon 1 crushes the remains of the were-tiger up in its mouth, more Demon 2 roars, "Mine!" and charges to more Demon 1 and tries to pull the were-tiger out of its mouth, rolling an attack.
No, you're not supposed to fight each other. That's bad.
It hits and deals 17 points of piercing damage to more Demon 1.
Okay.
It is now Were-Tiger 2's turn with his 1 HP left. He decides to go all in on Bobbit.
Oh, I stabbed you.
One of the claw attacks hits, the other misses. You take 11 points of slashing damage.
Ow.
He then goes in with his bite attack, and that is a nat 20.
Oh, this is gonna suck.
Oh.
I'm just rolling. I passed on my concentration to keep the spell.
Do you have an
Let's see what
armor
happens
with
here.
a resistance?
No, I do not. I just had a regular breastplate.
Yep, so you
Oh
take
no!
40 points of piercing damage from the bite
And you
attack.
watch Bob here. Yeah, you watch as Bobbit there's just some blood drooling out from under her mask as Bobbit falls unconscious as the more demons disappear.
Please,
Well, at least they didn't kill each other.
no. The more demons both disappear
However,
into a
Bobbit-
cloud
David has
of
a gift
smoke.
for you, by the way.
No, Bobbit goes down.
Please make a DC 12 Constitution save with disadvantage, Bobbit.
Oh, no.
disadvantage.
Actually, it'd be normal for me because it's
Oh yeah, yep. Plus, yep. So just be
But
normal.
it doesn't matter because I rolled an 8 plus 3, so that
Yep.
fails.
Oh.
Hmm.
Yeah.
As Bobbit falls down and begins to bleed, you notice her skin has taken on a very subtle pale pallor to it.
She is not gonna die.
It
No.
is.
Yeah, but you guys, I was gonna say, you guys don't know what's actually happening. You just think, oh shit, Bobbit's losing a lot of blood.
It is
really
now
quickly.
Ava's turn.
Okay, I suppose I should probably do a death save, eh?
Yeah, do your
Yep.
death save.
Well, that's a 19. That would have been nice half a minute ago, but oh well.
Alright, do I need to do spare the dying on Bobbit?
If you want to, or you could just finish off the lycanthrope.
Yeah, the lycanthrope's like...
I can do both.
Yeah, you can, because it's a bonus action, isn't it?
Cause yeah,
Is it?
the
Spare the dying bonus.
That's not
spare the
actually
dying
good.
is a bonus action.
Oh.
Yep.
Really?
Yep.
Man, I've been reading that wrong.
Nice.
I'm pretty sure it is.
It is.
It's an action.
Oh, it's an
Spare
action.
the dying is an action.
Is it? Shit.
Ah, well,
Alright.
just... What do you consider
I can,
more
I
important?
can heal him.
Save yourself! No.
You've
I
got
don't
3
think I can
attack
have
damage.
anything I can do as a bonus action
You could do... well,
to help Bobbit.
you could dump a potion in Bobbit's mouth if you want.
Alright, I'll do that. Drink potion, shove.
So 2d4 plus 2, Bobbit. You recover. As you
Mm,
lean over Bobbit and unscrew the cork from a healing potion and start
Oh.
pouring it in the slit in Bobbit's
Hey.
mask.
I awaken with a grand whopping 5 HP. Wow, that was scary. Wait, did I actually see anything while I was dying? God, I hope not.
Alright. Now I shall kill this motherfucker.
Oh, my friends died.
Yes, they did. I'm sorry, Bobbit.
That's okay, we eat each other anyway.
Alright, so I shall smack with short sword.
Yep, go ahead, roll to hit.
That is 14 plus 8.
That is a hit. Roll for damage. I mean, you're gonna kill him anyway, because he only got 1 HP, but...
Oh yeah, that's right.
No matter what you roll, he dies.
Alrighty. That is a 6 plus 5.
6 plus 5, 11 points of damage. As still kneeling over Bobbit, you hear the were-tiger running up behind you, and you just swing your sword over the back of your shoulder and lop off his head.
Oh, that's badass.
Off with his head. Is there anyone else left to kill?
Nope, combat appears
Oh.
to be over. And
What does Bulb know about the disease that is lycanthropy? Like, does he know that it's basically a disease?
well, you can roll a medicine check if you like.
Yeah, I would like to roll a medicine check.
Can
So
it be solved with the lesser restoration?
Not lesser, unfortunately.
Ah, fuck.
You head over to Bobbit and take a
Lesser
look.
is one disease or one condition afflicting it.
Oh, well, yeah. So lesser restoration would work in that case.
Yeah, so my medicine check, do I know that the pale pallor of the skin is that she has been diseased with lycanthropy?
Well, what did you get on your medicine check?
I got 18.
As everyone crowds around Bobbit to ensure that she's okay, you examine the pale pallor of her skin, and you frown as you recognize it's the signs that it represents. Taking on such a pallor after being bitten by lycanthrope, you recognize this as a very early sign that Alessander has contracted the disease or curse, depending on who you talk to, of lycanthropy.
Ava goes, I fix it!
Oh, I was going to use my last charm of restoration to just...
I've used
Tap
none
shot.
of mine, so keep yours.
Perhaps you should ask Bobbit if she wants to be cured of lycanthropy.
That is an excellent question. I'm just gonna think for a minute on this.
Can Bulb do any sort of check to see if he knows that with lycanthropy, if you keep your senses when you turn, or if it changes
so
you?
you and Ava both know this, that most lycanthropes, when they're transformed, do actually maintain their senses and personality. It's just that the process of becoming a lycanthrope often gives the person a insatiable hunger, and so many people who are afflicted with lycanthropy will become savage and violent because they cannot resist the urges that the change brings upon them. Furthermore, you also know that it takes at the very least a single 10-day for the first signs to start to emerge, so Bobbit is in no particular danger this day. If you'd like to actually wait until you can get a potion of lesser restoration or something and not spend your charm.
I'm to look another way. Bo doesn't really know what's going on. All she knows, she got bitten on and then passed out for a minute.
Bulb will explain that she is inflicted with lycanthropy, turning her into a were-tiger, and the whole thing about the savagery coming from being insatiably hungry.
Huh. Hey, Mr. Stick, is that bad?
Mr. Stick simply responds, "It is power, is what it is. There is no good, there is no evil, there is only power, and those willing to use it."
Is this going to help us or make things worse?
Mr. Stick says, You like to think you resist my influences, don't you? Why should this be any different?"
Me?
Extra mental load.
There's just a long pause for a long time. Bo just goes, "This is fine."
Okay.
I'll leave you with that for a minute.
Leave you, give her a few days to think about it. As Bobbit says, "This is fine," you just hear Mr. Stick say in glee, "Yes, yes.
I don't like this.
Let someone else deal with the change, and then the power is mine."
That doesn't sound ominous at all.
were-tiger emerges from the trees. He takes one look at Bobbit lying on the ground, then he points at Bulb, then he shrugs as his bare chest glistens with droplets of rain. He says, "Keep the mask. You'll have one of our own amongst you very soon. They may need an anchor." And then, flashing a cold, hungry smile, he runs ahead on all fours, disappearing beyond the tree line.
Can I do an
Don't
insight to
lose
see what he meant?
corpses.
Yeah, you can do an insight check.
To be an anchor? Because that makes it sound like animal friendship will work on a were-tiger. Insight, I get
I didn't
plus...
get that from it at all.
Well, how else would it be an anchor? 15.
So there could have been multiple meanings behind his words. One, that it would just simply serve as a symbol of the familiar to help anchor Bobbit to her senses, or that the mask may exude something of a calming effect upon lycanthropes in the vicinity, maybe preventing them from giving in to uncontrollable savagery. After all, the lycanthropes who attacked you just now were not in uncontrollable savagery, but were attacking you of their own free will.
Okay. Bob's just going to keep an eye on Bobbit.
If it wasn't for the mask on, probably could reveal that there's an exceedingly blank look on her face, but masks are fun like that.
That night, once you get to safety, you set up camp. The rain is still not letting up. Would you like to forage, or will you be eating rations tonight?
Ration, because Bulb needs to spend hit points.
Yes, you
Yeah.
need to have a short rest. Okay,
I think everyone's probably on rations.
so as you get out the rations and begin to consume them, Bobbit grabs an entire box to herself and wolves it down within seconds. So, with the lycanthrope rules that I have written, Bobbit, they weren't actually for this campaign. They were for the Raven. They were for Curse of Strahd, but we'll use them in this campaign since I've got them. So, from 6th level, you can feel the unceasing hunger of the lycanthrope. While travelling, your increased appetite requires you to eat double the amount of food each day. However, an upside is that you can consume raw food without needing it to be cooked or otherwise prepared. And so Bobbit consumes double the food of everyone else, meaning you consume 2 rations for this day, bringing you down to 19 days of rations.
Oh, I guess that confirms that the mask doesn't control their urges.
Well,
Still gonna eat.
may to some degree, but these, and after all, Bobbit hasn't made the full change yet. This is just simply an increased appetite that is manifested. The mask, it's possible that the mask may not work on someone who has only just become infected.
I just have
Okay.
a mental image of Bobbit attempting to eat all this food while keeping her mask on as well. This is fine. Everything's fine. Yay.
You may take a short rest, as I assume everyone would like to recover some health after that.
Yes.
Yeah.
I would also like to send out a stealth and perception shrub together and tell them to find the
Oh, Owlbear's gone.
to find the settlement of these were-tigers.
Very well. Please roll a stealth check for your shrub.
God damn it, it's dead. 7.
In the morning, your shrub does not return.
Yep. Okay, so I've got to get rid of one of my shrubs now.
I have to post a new Owlbear link because I accidentally just closed Owlbear. Here's the new one.
Now, when we take a short, we don't regain our hit dice on.
No,
until we
you
get a
don't,
long
until you get a
rest.
long rest.
That
That's
is-
correct.
That is a concern.
Gary is deceased.
Yep, poor Gary. His last words were probably something like, "That's a tiger, but it's also a man."
That's a tiger, man. Oh shit. So how far are we? Cause
I
So-
want to make some poisons.
It's gonna be It's gonna be 3 more days of travel
I got like none of my hit
until
points
you reach a
left, and I'm
destination.
still- yeah, I'm like down to nothing, and I've still only got like about half my bloody health, or just over.
You can
Do you
always
want me
come
to
and
do
ask me to
some?
heal you.
I mean, actually, no, I could just cast Cure Wounds on myself because I haven't used any of my Yeah, I'm gonna do that. That's
Yep.
smart. I still have. Well, might as well. But then if I do that, I don't get my Artificer spells back until another
Long rest,
as
yeah.
Well, this stinks. Well, I'll use one. Gonna have to, unfortunately.
And Ava, you're not taking a short rest. You want to make poisons?
Oh shit! No, I took a short rest.
Yep. So not tonight then.
I used a hit dice.
Yep. The next morning, you awaken to a bona fide miracle. You step out of your tents and find the sky above, what you can see of it through the jungle canopy at least, clear. The rain has dissipated, save for a very minor dribble that persists throughout the rest of the day. Please make a survival check for your guides.
Nearly.
Who is doing it?
I did one a little bit ago, so.
Yep,
I can do this. I'll do the survival.
go ahead,
Just,
plus
uh,
d20 plus 9.
That's 24.
24, lovely. The day passes without incident, and you finally arrive at a clearing that seems to so far be away from the mud and water that has been left behind by the rainstorm. It's dry enough here that you decide to set up a camp for the night. Someone please roll an encounter check.
I'll do that one.
Yep.
2.
2, no encounter. Very well, as you set up camp yet again, will you be foraging or consuming rations?
I'm making poisons.
Yeah, you're making poison, so Bulb, would you like
so
to
sorry,
forage?
I can't forage, guys.
Yep.
Yeah, I may as well have
Right.
a look around, see what I can find.
So Ava, yep, would you like to assist Bulb in foraging?
Yes.
Okay. So Bulb,
Come with me, Bobbit, we shall enter the bushes.
this is probably just because
Well, it's
Bulb
gonna
wants
help.
to keep an eye on Bobbit.
I know, Bobbit wants food and can help literally sniff things out.
Yes, Bobbit can. So,
12.
so yep, 12 was that with advantage?
Yeah, I've got a 5 and an 8 plus.
As you forage for food, you just hear
13, sorry.
13. As you forage for food in the surrounding jungle, you just hear coming from underneath Bobbit's mask a incessant sniffing sound. As Bobbit lifts her head up in the air, almost as if she's sniffing, trying to catch the scent of food. Ava, I'd like you to please make a herbalist kit check with advantage.
That was a nat 20.
Nat 20. Okay.
There's my nat 20 for the day.
You are able to make 3 assassin's blood poisons,
Nice.
each of them dealing 1d12. Meanwhile, for our foragers...
It means I have 4 now.
Yes. So Bulb
Nope.
and Bobbit, a short distance away from the camp, you come upon a triceratops lying on its side in a clearing. Blood glistens upon its torn hide, and it looks at you with cautious, sad eyes as you approach. What would you like to do?
Does it? I walk relatively close to the head. Does it do anything?
It opens its mouth and weakly growls at you.
Okay. Well, ration time, and I will try to shoot it.
You try to shoot it. You don't have to roll anything. It's lying down, it can barely move. You're just going to finish it off and put it out of its misery.
Yep.
You loose an arrow into the center of its head, just under its horn. It looks at you, and it groans and twitches, and then ceases to move. And you spend the next 20 minutes or so cutting large chunks of meat from the carcass, and you just hear Bobbert in the background sniffing furiously.
Bobbert's literally going to take one of the hunks of meat he's cut off and just start eating it now without cooking
just
it.
raw. Yep.
You just turn around at one point, go, so how you going over there, and just see Bobbert literally eating raw meat.
Just shoving a chunk of raw meat under the mask, and then hearing a loud as blood begins to run down Bobbert's chin underneath the mask. I'd like you both to roll perception checks, please.
There we go.
Is this based on...
This is not... This is based on hearing, so yes, you may do it with advantage.
Okay.
22.
You both hear something. 7, or even with advantage. Okay, Bulb, as you continue hacking at the meat, and Bobbert's perhaps too distracted by her meal, you hear a quite loud rustling coming from the foliage behind you.
Fuck's sake, if this is another T-Rex. I turn around and see what's there.
So you're just gonna wait for whatever it is to emerge?
Well, I don't exactly have a target.
You see something... You see a blurred, formless shadow moving through the tree line, and you just wait. It's about the same height as you. Is there anything you'd like to do?
So 2 feet tall.
Yep, about 2 feet tall.
Oh no. No. I have a theory, but I don't want... I can't do anything about this because Bobbert's...
I call out in common. If you wait your turn, I'll leave some for you.
A voice calls out in Tabaxi. Do not fear, I am Uptow's nephew.
I look at Bobbert.
Wait, say Uptow's nephew?
That's what the voice said.
Bobbert's just sort of tilts at his son going, Uptow has family? And just calls back in to Baxi. I didn't know Uptow had family. Who are you?
The rustling continues until, shuffling out of the tree line, comes an awakened shrub. Moving...
What now?
An awakened shrub, about 2 feet tall, brandishing moss-covered branches as arms, holding them out as if in greeting as it emerges. As it
Bulb visibly relaxes.
As it shuffles towards you, you notice that the leaves and branches that make up its body are absolutely covered in small golden fruits, which Bulb you immediately recognize as good berries.
I was slightly wary of the shrub considering what happened the last time she talked to someone that was a friend of Tao.
Seeing as where we are, I assume that we all know roughly where we are on a map.
Yes.
I speak in Draconic and go, do you understand Draconic? Because, yeah, I don't know what it says.
The awakened shrub waves its hand and says, Ubtao taught me many languages when he grew me.
Oh, good. I can actually converse with you now. Because I don't know Tabaxi, unfortunately.
Who does?
The awakened shrub shuffles forwards, and then he sees the half-butchered carcass of the Triceratops behind you, and the top portion of his trunk just droops as if he were a humanoid lowering his head. He sighs loudly.
We put it out of its misery. We didn't. When we found it, it was close to death. It was beyond even what my healing could do.
The awakened shrub gestures its hands, pointing them out in front of you as if it's simply shrugging its shoulders, and it says, I understand. All creatures need to eat. But, in that case, you will not be requiring my fruits today. And with that, the awakened shrub turns around on the spot and begins to shuffle back towards the tree line.
Huh.
Yeah, Bulb is too stunned to call out.
I was still eating, but at the same time, it's just very, very relieved deep down that it didn't try to, straight up murder her like the last.
As the shrub disappears beyond the tree line, he calls out, Ubtao himself grew me and sent me into the forest to feed his children and those who did them kindness. Fare thee well! The rustling slowly fades away until the awakened shrub moves out of earshot.
Hey, Bulb, still stunned, is going to turn back and trying to get as many rations out of this carcass as he can.
I would like Bulb to please make a survival check.
Just get Bob in between chunks of raw meat going, is this what you and Ava get up to whenever you go looking for food? Because this is weird.
It's never quite like this, but sometimes interesting like this, and that was a 19.
19. You manage to acquire from the carcass 8 days worth of rations and enough meat to enjoy tonight,
Oh, awesome.
bringing your total back up to 27.
Bob's already had her filled, so that would be deducted from her lot.
Yep. You
And
return
I'll be right back.
You return to camp with your packs laden with meat. You roast them around the campfire and chew into the dinosaur meat, filling you all up for the night. Is there anything anyone would like to do before you retire to bed?
Let's see. I decided to try and read more of my books, but I'm guessing I have more important things to worry about right now between Rasnessy and potential lycanthropy.
Oh, you could read the books if you want. You just might be a bit distracted, so you'll be making that history check with disadvantage.
Yeah, that's probably fair at the moment.
Back.
Yep.
I'll give it a quick try anyway.
Yep, so you're going to read the book. You're going to try to take your mind off current
Okay.
happenings by reading your books.
So I rolled 2 19s on that one. So either way, that's a pass.
That's a pass. Very well. You flip through another one of the books you found in Mesro, and it states the following. That once upon a time, the Tabaxi race was not native to Chult. Rather, the Tabaxi was simply the name of the tribe of humans who founded the Tabaxi Empire and built the first of Chult's cities. The empire persisted this way for the first 2 or 3 centuries of its existence until great furred ships sailed across the ocean from the far west, and a cat-like people stepped off them onto the shores of Chult. These cat-like people told the native Tabaxi that they had come from a far-off continent known as Maztica, and in that far-off land, they were the most widespread of its races. They had come from Maztica, seeking new places to live, as the continent of Maztica had become overpopulated, thrust into seemingly endless war between different factions of catfolk. Eventually, these catfolk became integrated into the Tabaxi Empire, taking on the ways of the Tabaxi people native to Chult, and over time, due to their fast breeding, each catfolk mother bearing up to 6 kittens or cubs in a single litter, they began to outnumber the Tabaxi humans themselves, until centuries later, the catfolk took on the name Tabaxi.
Huh. History is fun.
And so you have learned of the origin of what today are known as the Tabaxi people, who were, at some point in the past, simply nameless cat people from the far-off continent of Maztica.
Okay. Well, I only have one last group of books to go through now, so we'll save that for another day.
You get up in the morning and things are drier. The last remnants of that rainstorm have evaporated away, and your destination, the crashed skyship, not that far away from you. You continue on into the jungle. Please make a survival check for your trackers.
Okay, who wants this one?
I did the last one. No, I didn't.
It's a D20 plus 9.
I can do it if no one else wants to.
Sure.
I'm good.
Well, why not? That is 17.
17. Now that the remnants of the rain have evaporated away, the trail is easier to find than it was in the days before, and so you move through the jungle once again without incident. Somebody please make an encounter check.
No one else is going to do that. I might as well suck by the bullet and try again.
Go ahead.
That's a 1!
1. No encounter tonight. And so, you find a nice clearing, set up camp, and retire. The seemingly endless days of travelling through the jungle will soon come to an end. Will you forage tonight, or will you...
I shall forage.
Very well, Ava.
Robert's hungry.
Yep. Please make a survival check, please, Ava.
Yep. That's 27.
27. Okay, and Bobbit follows along behind you, just sniffing the air. A small distance away from the camp, you spot the skeleton of an explorer lying in a copse of trees. His backpack full of rations. 5 days worth.
Damn.
Would you like to...
Anything else?
He has been here for so long that his clothes have all but wasted away, and the only thing still intact is the backpack containing preserved rations.
He doesn't have any marks of Rust the sea or anything?
You may make an investigate check if you like.
What's my investigate? I just rolled the dice and didn't open my fucking... Open.
Oh, I rolled 1. You first.
Investigations +3. So 19.
You lean over the skeleton, attempting to see any signs of Rasmus's mark. His skull, unfortunately, is facing down into the dirt, and so you reach down to turn it over. And as you place your hand on the skeleton, his bones collapse into piles of dust.
Would
You've
that
been there a
dust
long
be
time.
useful for potions?
There might
As
be.
it collapses into the dust, you audibly hear Bobbit sigh. Yeah, just go, "Aww, I was gonna bring him back."
Do you start to gather up the bone dust?
Yeah.
As you begin to gather up the bone dust, a gust of wind blows through this portion of the jungle, buffeting you with cold air. The piles of dust catch on the wind and begin to blow before you, forming a grey cloud. When the wind subsides, the dust settles back down to the earth, this time seemingly taking the form of an arrow pointing ahead of the copse of trees.
What?
Bobbit again looks at Bobbit looks at everyone going, "Is this seriously what happens every time you go looking for food? This is great. I should come with
It's
you guys
phase.
more often.
It's phase stuff.
Hooray!"
Alright, let's go do some phase shit.
Would you like to follow
the bananas?
Would you like to travel in the direction pointed by the bone dust?
Yeah.
Yeah, cautiously, yes.
Please make investigate checks. Both of you.
Okay.
And how?
Nat 20.
Nat 20.
And I got a 19 plus 3.
Wondering
22 and 24.
Wondering what could possibly be ahead, you venture in the direction pointed by the bone dust arrow, and after about 10 minutes of walking, the corner of your eyes catch something glimmering in the sunlight, buried under the trunk of a tree. You reach down and pull out a small stone statuette. The statuette appears to be of a vaguely humanoid figure, but in a form that you can't quite recognize. Vaguely resembling a bat, the humanoid figure hangs upside down from what you determine to be a tree branch, its face bearing a wide, toothy smile.
Bobbit.
Bobbit and Ava, you may both make religion checks.
Oh, good. I've got proficiency in religion.
I got a 23.
I got 22.
You recognize it as a statue of a Chultan legend known as a Sioux monster. A monster with a gorilla-like head attached to a canine physique, with broad chests and thin, tapered waists. Their 4 prehensile limbs are tipped with sharp nails, which, along their prehensile tails, makes them adept climbers, often found suspending themselves upside down. This particular statue is a depiction of Wongo, the Sioux monster minor god, and yet another avatar of Uptown. There is clearly some sort of magical force emanating from the statue.
Can I do an Arcana check to check that?
You may.
More friends of Uptown, more people that probably don't like me that much. That's a 18.
This is a gilded statuette of Wongo. If one attunes to it, it will grant resistance to psychic damage.
Ooh.
Oh, wow.
Oh, wow.
It is a rare magical item.
Oh. Okay. Ooh. Bobbert is going to look at it for a bit and then pull up David going, it's another friend of Uptown's.
Take it.
They don't know who's going to end up with it, but damn, that's...
You return to camp and show the rest of the party the rations you found and the statue of Wongo. As you remove the rations from the backpack, you sigh as you realize that unfortunately, what you thought were edible rations are mostly too old to be of any use to you, and there is only enough scraps of food in the backpack to serve a respectable dinner for tonight. So you cannot, and so the other rations in the backpack are not of any use to you.
Yeah, but free rare item. That's
Yeah.
a fair trade.
And so, that night, as you prepare for another night under the jungle canopy, would anyone like to attune to the statue of Wongo?
Who's gonna be the most susceptible to psychic damage? It's...
Probably Bobbit.
I mean, I don't technically need my pistol anymore, so I can unattune from that. Yeah, that's the dark shot amulet, although I'm pretty sure I'm gonna cop shit for that from certain someone.
Well, you're all pretty much equally susceptible to psychic damage. You know what deals psychic damage? Mind Flayers.
Do ghosts also deal psychic damage? No.
They can, but they don't always.
What magic items does everyone have at the moment?
That I'm attuned to, the dark shot amulet, my pistol, and... Shit, there was a third one. I'm sure I had these using all three. Oh, yeah, the headband of intellect was my third one.
That's right.
I should have removed that one first. That's my most important one.
Yeah, I've got the amulet of armor and my staff. Ava?
Cloak of protection. Which I totally forgot I had.
Wow.
One of my weapon, the longbow.
Yeah, longbow has.
I think that's it.
Hmm.
And what about Sir Lucian?
Well, what magic items have you got, Sir Lucian? I know you've got your armor and your charged blade.
I've got clockwork amulets.
That
I've got
require attunement.
yeah, clockwork amulet,
And
and I think I've also got I've got the dread helmet. Did I pawn that off? I think I pawned that off.
Yeah, you pulled that off, I think. So Sir Lucian actually has a spare attunement slot, so I think he's only got his charge blade and his armor.
Oh, hang on, didn't I get a ring off Cold?
Oh yeah, that's right, you did get a ring, didn't you?
That's right.
So that's still 2.
No wonder that sounded familiar. Oh god, familiar. Jeez.
It's okay, it's okay.
Okay.
I love this is the moment where everyone actually sits together and goes, wait, what actual crap do we have on us?
Yeah, because I believe Sir Lucian's armor did not require attunement, so with his ring and his charge blade, that's still just 2. So would you like...
Yeah, most of my stuff hasn't required attunement either.
So would you like a statuette that gives you resistance to psychic damage?
Yeah, sure.
I was going to say,
Alright.
he needs all the help he can get at this point, considering
Yeah.
he's flying from everything else.
Yes,
Yeah,
so...
I guess, yeah, Sir Lucian probably... Well, he is kind of our tank at the moment, so
Yes.
kind of want to give him the
Which is kind of
resistance.
scary, considering, again, how he's handling things at the moment.
Well, it's still
Yeah.
very hard for things to hit him, so Sir Lucian, you
I can
spend
just
the
imagine
night...
his face. It's like half black, hair pushed to
Yep.
one side.
Yep.
Hey, I was going to say, you're slowly rotting away. I got my own shit going on, but thankfully I'm wearing a mask. We're all just having a great time here in the jungle. Rawr.
So Lucian, that night, you sit in your tent holding the statue of Wongo, attuning to it, until the statue glows in your hand, and you feel a surge of energy rush through your body that almost invigorates you to the point to the way you felt before the death curse, but it subsides in only a second. Still, you now feel Wongo's protection hanging over you, protecting you from psychic damage.
For a brief moment, he dared to walk amongst mortal men once more.
Would anyone else like to do anything this night?
I may as well try to develop my spell.
Yep.
So yeah, I spend the night developing my
You
spell.
You may make a DC 20 Arcana check.
Nah. That was a 9.
You try to make some headway on your spell, expanding upon the fundamentals you established last time, but tonight, with everything that's happened recently still weighing on your mind, you are unable to make any significant progress.
Fair enough.
Bobbit, was there anything you wanted to do?
That's 2 fails and 2 passes. Well, Bobbit went foraging, didn't she?
Yeah, well actually, yeah, Bobbit went foraging, so yep.
I'm good.
Yep, and Bobbit, as you settle down to bed, I'd like you to make a perception check with advantage, please.
Okay. Oh, shit, thanks for the advantage. That's a nat 20.
You're settling down to bed, and just as you close your eyes, you hear something rustling from outside the tent. You stand up and open the flap and peer outside, and hear the rustling again, coming from somewhere beyond the edge of the campsite. Grabbing Mr. Stick, you follow the rust.
I can only go as far as the edge, because if
Yes,
I leave
that is
area,
correct.
The spell turns off.
You
So I'll
follow
go to
the
the
rustling.
edge.
You grab Mr. Stick and you follow the rustling to the edge of the campsite, and a good 20 or so feet away from your tent, you see a small woodland monkey foraging for moss on the side of a tree trunk just inside the boundary of your campsite. And then before you know what you're doing, you reach for Mr. Stick and fire an eldritch blast at the tiny monkey. He squeaks as he falls dead off the tree trunk. You run over, pick up the dead tiny monkey, hold him in your hands, and feel the hunger overwhelm you.
Oh, good.
When
Yay.
when you return to your tent, you wipe the blood off the front of your tunic and away from around your mouth, and then settle into your sleeping bag, now comfortable enough to sleep.
Oh god, I hate a monkey, no! Okay, well, we'll file that away under things I have to deal with later on, but fine.
The next day, you emerge from your tents to find a bright blue sky above and a warm breeze rustling through the jungle branches. I'd like someone to please make a survival check for the guides.
I guess.
I ate a monkey.
15 plus 9.
15 plus 9. The journey through the jungle is uneventful and perhaps, for once, even slightly pleasant, what with the clear sky and the warm sun and less humidity than usual, and you spend most of the journey jollily chatting with each other and actually keeping an eye out for small woodland animals, pointing at them as they cross your path and genuinely enjoying yourselves for once.
Yeah, but it's still very quiet today. Because
You reach-
she remembers everything I did last night.
Yes. Just
Yeah.
as the sky begins to turn red as the first signs of sunset appear, you arrive at the skyship wreck. You do not get a long rest yet, as... I'm just opening the page for the skyship wreck. Oops, sorry.
Fine, it's fine. Everything's fine.
Locations in Chult. Star Goddess. There we go. Alright.
It's alright.
You step out of the tree line, and a wooden vessel is caught high in the tree branches, broken into 3 chunks. It resembles a ship, but there are differences that mark it as clearly not a seagoing vessel. First of all, the fact that it's suspended up in the jungle canopy. The stern of the ship is the lowest piece, hanging precariously by its rigging, about 50 feet above you. The middle section appears to be 15 feet higher than that, and the bow section is firmly wedged into a nest of branches, another 10 feet above. Strewn in between the 3 pieces of the ship hanging in the tree branches, you see large, long pieces of blue fabric, perhaps the remnants of some kinds of sails, or based on the volume of the fabric and how it seems to be mainly strewn above the ship itself, what appears in your mind to have been a large blue balloon.
Yep.
I will open the map. I'd like everyone to please make perception checks.
Where's this based on?
Sight. Sight.
Oh, well, either way.
Are they all supposed to be hidden?
Yeah, well, they were supposed to be, but I forgot to. It's okay.
That's okay, I rolled a nat 20.
The perception check
I'm probably
was
gonna
still-
see that.
I got 7.
7.
I keep getting nat 20s. This is not going to be good for my luck.
16.
So Bobbit and Sir Lucian point ahead, and there you see, on the jungle floor, 50 feet or so below the crashed skyship, a crowd of undead desperately foraging through the debris on the jungle floor. Some of them
It's
milling...
a ghost ship.
Some of them milling about the tree trunks that the ship is suspended in, scrabbling their hands aimlessly at the bar, looking up at the ship, perhaps as if they're trying to find a way to get up to the ship itself. And this is why you cannot have a long rest.
My 4th level spell's useless. Fuck.
As you look
I'm
around,
curious. Oh,
as you look around and follow what the undead seem to be doing, you catch sight of a human female wearing mud-soaked armor standing on the midsection of the ship, just hanging over the side banister, warily watching the undead lurk below. With a...
Oh,
A regular human?
Yes,
so this is a recent ship crash.
it appears so.
Oh.
this is going to turn into a George Romero moment.
Just say, you know what that means? That means
George
the good
Romero
shit hasn't
movie.
gone yet. Oh, sorry, I'm sad, lad. I mean, I could probably help people.
Oh,
Yep.
how wet?
I have an idea to get across to the struggling young lady.
What's your idea?
Well, since I'm afflicted by the death plague, I kind of look like a zombie, don't I?
Would you like to
Don't.
stake your life on that?
Don't.
Here's the idea. You can sort of, can I smear myself with a bit of mud?
Okay, we're not
Grab,
literally
like,
doing
if there's any, Any blood, drop some more blood because I'm already pusseous.
Oh my god.
Put my arms out
Just
and
pat it as
go, walking closer.
Get to the chopper!
Literally that fucking scene out of bloody The Walking Dead, just the whole...
That's exactly what I intend on doing.
Maybe.
There's probably only one of us in this group that can pass themselves off as part of the undead, and even with
Yeah, but the thing is, my whole life I've ended up being undead at this point.
Well, you're
Like a
still
walking
alive.
undead.
You
You're still
look like
alive.
the Walking Dead, but you're
No,
still
no,
alive.
no. I'm gonna my moment to shine.
You're eaten alive by zombies and husks and various other horrible things
And
that are waiting to us
also,
there.
Yeah,
Remy,
I have-
it is quite dry today, and so the zombies look like they might be dry enough that you could set them aflame.
Okay, I'm okay now. I'm okay. Listen, Gunner. I'm okay. You just made me happy.
I mean, failing that, we could always send one of the people who can, fly over to the person
true.
high up and see what's
That's
going
what
on.
I was thinking.
Yeah, probably best to do that. Not that I don't like your idea, I'm all for movie references, but...
Can a zombie discern between what is alive and what is not alive?
Yeah,
That's why they attack
Yes.
living.
Yeah,
That's
you
like their
assume that-
entire thing.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm getting at. It's like, but they wouldn't be able to discern between, say, who is alike one of them
Okay, they
and
can
who
tell
is
the difference
not
between-
one of them.
They can tell the difference between dead and dying, sir.
M1.
I
Think of it this way.
I like
Is your
where your
heart
head is
beating?
at.
Yeah, your heart is beating, so you're still alive.
No, the only my plan is now is if anything does balls up and they start charging us all, I quickly pull my arms out, poke my tongue to the side, quickly go for them.
No.
I applaud your creativity.
Oh,
But,
absolutely.
um,
All points for creativity, but that's a straight up F on execution. You will get killed horribly.
If you would
violently.
like to try that, I'd get Sir Lucian to please make a performance check with a -1 because of his ailment.
Oh, before he does that, can I have a look at the
How
death
about-
blocks?
Yeah, you want to have a look at the...
Just do a perception to see what they look like. What?
Are we?
Yeah.
We really let
I
this
liked-
happen?
I liked the fly to the captain
Let's just do
idea.
the flight thing, okay? Let's just do the flight thing.
No, I'm not trying to do it. I just want to see what I can see about these death blocks from where I am. Just so
okay.
that I know that.
Oh,
I haven't known about it.
Please make a perception check.
Yeah, I'm not trying to do anything. I just want more visual information on what these death blocks are because we haven't encountered them before.
That is true.
22.
You notice that among the crowd of undead there appear to be two that are directing the others, pointing at portions of debris and at the tree branches and the like, silently giving orders. The Deathlocks. From what you
What
can
are they wearing?
From
Sorry.
what you could tell, they appear to be distinguished from the other undead by the tattered robes they are wearing, not dissimilar to what a wizard would wear. And
Right.
as the wind catches one of their robes and blows it above, causes it to billow out in front of the Deathlock, you notice Russ Nasi's crimson triangle emblazoned on the back of the robe.
Okay.
Oh.
Well, okay then. Well, okay. Now we have information about them. Now we can go along with whatever plan we have, which I'm also voting for the fire.
Full disclosure, I didn't see the map on Owlbear until now. It just popped up on my screen. Yeah, I'm not walking in there. It's all good. It's all good. It's all good.
I was going to say, have you mentioned that to the rest of the group that it's more Russ and the Sea guys out there?
Yes, I will tell everybody.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
'Cause, yeah, Bobbit just visually is just...
Bobbit, are you gonna come talk to the captain?
Bobbit says nothing, is just staring directly ahead at the line of zombies.
Bobbit! Knock knock!
Hmm?
Bobbaroo!
What? Oh, hi!
Do you want to come and seek out their leader?
Yes.
Yes. I thought maybe you might have words for Mr. Stick after talking to them.
Bobbit, again, just back to silence.
So you want to try
It's
to
okay,
fly up?
Bobbit.
You want to try to fly up to the
Pat Bobbit on the
midsection?
back.
Uh,
Bobbit's a child again. I will carry Bobbit so that Bobbit can make a quick getaway if Bobbit needs.
Alright. So Ava, you wrap your wings around, you wrap your arms around Bobbit's waist and flap your wings, lifting both of you up into the air. The jungle canopy is an intricate carpet of overgrowth and branches, and the bits of blue fabric and portions of the ship adding to this is going to make it quite difficult to negotiate. So please make an acrobatics check.
Bulb would also like to go with them as well.
Yep, well, you'll also be making
I
the
was
same
going to ask
acrobatics.
if Bulb wanted to come with or strategically place himself somewhere.
Yeah, that's the plan, yep.
I was going to say, if we're splitting from the rest of the group, maybe give one of the sending stones to the others.
Yes, I give my sending stone to Sir Lucian before
Yep.
I leave.
So
And I got a 12 on my acrobatics.
12, and then what did Ava get?
A 15.
A 15. Ava, you managed to negotiate.
Oh.
You managed to negotiate the branches with minimal effort, with Bobbit helping you by pointing out where there are bits of leaves and undergrowth poking out so that you don't disturb any of them. However, Bulb, as you attempt to follow behind Ava, your wings loudly clap against a tree branch, causing it to loudly rustle. And so, I will now ask both of you to make stealth checks with disadvantage.
Ugh.
I mean,
Oh.
Oh no. Where's my stealth? Only +4, so I got 7.
7.
I got
God
7
damn
as
it.
well.
And the other one I rolled was a 19.
I got a 6. I got a 19 for the other. What the fuck? I got 19 for the other one as well.
Very well.
oh dear.
In unison, all of the undead look right up in the air, and I'll just put Ava and Bulb a bit further down the map.
Well, at least Sir Lucian and Vesca now will definitely not have any attention based on them.
Yeah. I would like
Right,
everyone
impressed.
to please roll for initiative as all of the undead look up to follow the sound of the rustling branches and see both
God
Ava
damn
and
it, Bulb.
I'm
Ava
sorry.
and Bulb
Quickly,
attempting
everyone,
to
arms up.
negotiate the jungle canopy.
I'm having a bad time. I just not won to my initiative.
I got a 5.
I've got 15.
15.
So
Okay,
I got 5.
and what did you get, Sir Lucian?
10.
10. Okay, Bulb. It is your turn first.
Well, would I have a clear shot with a spell? Like, can I shoot down through the
Yeah,
trees and hit?
you could shoot
Yep,
down.
Can I make a suggestion just in general
cool. Mhm.
that we aim to take out the husks via long range first?
Oh,
Yes,
yeah.
because you know
Yeah.
they
Well,
explode.
That's,
We're potentially going to be up in the tree. I'm going to try and take out the deathlocks, which seem to be directing this whole thing.
Yep.
That also makes sense.
and I'll play
So,
dead. Defensive strategy, guys.
You don't get to play dead, you're fighting.
I am going to cast Scorching Ray at 4th level,
4th level, yep.
because my 4th level spells are basically useless at long range, and Blight is not effective against undead.
Fair enough.
And of course that's the one spell I don't currently have a page up for, because why bother being prepared, am I
I'll
right?
look it up for you. Scorching.
Additional rays, so I've got 2 extra rays, so I have 5 rays.
Yep.
I'm going to send 3 rays at one of the... You know what? Fuck it. I'm going to send 4 rays at one of the deathlocks and another ray at the other one.
Very well. Roll to hit with the rays, please.
And because I'm in the air, do I have advantage? I just want to check.
Yes, you do, because you're above them.
Okay, I don't have enough dice for this. So that's... I'm just going to roll
Do
10
it in the butt.
20. Yeah, in the thing. 10d 20, and then I got a +7 to each of these.
Yep.
Okay, so the first one is an unnatural 20, the second one is a 24, the third one is a 26, the fourth one is a above 20, and the fifth one is above 20.
All of those hit. Anything above 15 hits.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, so the first... So the first 4, that is... 2d6 per thing, so that's... 8d6 plus... They do not get anything plus... So the first one gets 32 points of damage because my staff adds +1 to a fire spell.
Sure does.
And the other Deathlock gets 3 points of damage.
As flames touch both of the Deathlocks, instantly burning up the robes of one of them while barely singeing the other. They look in your direction, point their fingers, and use their reactions to cast Hellish Rebuke.
Woo!
Oh, goody.
Is that a dex save?
Yes it is. You need to make 2 dex saves, please.
A nat 20, so 23, and a 15.
Both pass, but you take, as they cast
Half
Hellish
damage.
Rebuke at 3rd level, because they are warlocks, you take 12 points of fire damage.
It's a lot better than it could have been.
Yes.
Okay, am I essentially just seeing superiors?
Yeah, you might find this disturbing, Bobbit.
And then I would like to fly as close as I can to the captain.
Yep, very well. Fly about here. Okay, it is the enemy's turn. Deathlock 2 points towards Bowl and casts Tasha's Hideous Laughter. Please make a wisdom save, Bowl.
It's the one thing I can do. Let's... Oh.
Saying that out loud.
That's over 20.
Yep, that is a pass. You look down at the Deathlock, and for a split second you find his tiny little form below you pointing at you. Strangely funny, but you control yourself.
It's
and
like
it subsides. Yes, they're like ants.
You're all ants, I'm your destroyer.
Oh, I'm gonna actually say that I used a 4th level spell. Yep, okay.
Deathlock 1 raises a hand, which begins to brim with flame, and hurls a fireball at Alessandra and Ava. Please make dex saves.
Oh, bad. Oh, bad. That's it. That's my nat 1 for today. Wait, it's undead. It's undead, isn't it?
But
Oh,
this
wait, no,
is
it's
an
not.
AoE attack.
That's right.
So
Fireball.
yep.
I know how to do fireball.
Yep.
Why am I asking this dumb question?
Yep.
I live in eternal.
21.
21. Okay, so Bobbit fails, Ava does not. So Bobbit, you take 40 points of flame damage. Ava, you take 2.
Ow! Well.
White's number 4 and number 3 fire their longbows at Bulb with disadvantage. And neither of them are able to hit.
Ooh. Okay.
White,
Now I'm getting scared.
White's 1, 2, and 3 line up, each with their longbows, and White's 1 and 2 fire their longbows at Ava with disadvantage. And that is 1 hit out of all of that. Ava, you take 3 points of piercing damage.
Alright.
White number 1 raises its longbow and fires at Alessander. It's going to make a wisdom save. It rolled a 17, passing its wisdom save.
Why?
So that is a miss on the first and a miss on the second as the arrows
Oh,
sail
God.
uselessly below you.
Oh, God.
Okay, it is Sir Lucian's turn.
Ah, Sir Lucian, the brave. Well, this is like Sir Galahad the brave who ran away in the opposite direction.
That's Sir Robin, thank you very much.
Sir Robin. Brave Sir Robin. I'm going to axe. Ooh, Husk Zombie. Though I might have to move a bit closer.
Yes, you will. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Husk Zombie 1. Roll to hit it.
Here we go. Roll. That is a 19. That is a hit.
That is a 19. Yep, that's definitely a hit. Roll for damage.
6 points of damage plus me
6
4.
plus your
That's
strength.
10.
10. Okay, would you like to try again for another one?
I would love to try again. Who wants to die?
Go ahead. Roll to hit him again.
That's 16. That's definitely a hit.
Yep, definitely a hit. Roll for damage.
Yeah. That's 8 points of damage.
8 plus 4, 12. Yep. And as you hurl your axe at Husk Zombie 1, you can see arrows poking out of his flesh as if someone's already been firing upon him. Your arrow buries itself in his brain and he explodes, sending a cloud of spores into the air. Thankfully enough,
You
too
mean
far.
axe?
Yeah, axe. Yeah, sending a cloud of spores into the air. Thankfully, too far away to be of any danger to you.
Does it explode on White 1 or Deathlock?
Yeah, but
Well, they're immune to poison because they're undead. So,
Oh, bastards.
it's a bit like that.
it is.
They actually have immunity to this shit.
It is now Bobbit's turn.
Okay. How far away now? Oh, fair all these things. I'm actually ridiculously hurt after that last lovely fireball from 4. Not a big fan.
Well, you want to know
fan.
the good news. Both of those deathlocks are out of spell slots.
Oh, good! That makes what's about to happen that much more fun. I'm going to look directly at the deathlock that used the fireball at me. I'm going to pull out my wand of magic missile, and Ava here, well, I'm guessing Ava's the only one that can hear me up here, just a very quiet voice going, "If I have to be a familiar of Rastasy, then I will be the only one who remains." And I cast magic missile at 6th level.
Go ahead and roll that damage.
Caps lock, thank you. Oh wait, that's D6. Sorry, that's meant to be D4. Although that would be lovely if that worked like that. Almost there. Okay, that's still on. There you go. I respond with the 40 damage that he gave me with the 40 back.
Your missiles hit him and shatter him into bone dust.
And all of a sudden, Bob just looks back at Ava going, "Hey, look, Ava, I got one! Yay!"
Yay!
Just completely ignoring the fact that she just had a complete
It is.
face. Don't worry about it.
It is Veska's turn.
Don't worry about it.
Don't worry about
Oh,
it.
I got him! Yay!
It is Veska's
I
turn.
gotta celebrate with Bobbit.
Veska rushes up beside Alessander and Ava and casts Shatter on white number 2.
Wait, aren't we in the air?
Oh, I mean,
Yes.
but she's beside you in terms of where you are.
Ah, okay, so she's technically, yeah,
Yeah,
next
but
to us,
she's
beneath us.
yeah, but beneath you.
Okay.
And so that is 10-foot radius. So whites 1, 2, 3, and Husk Zombie 3 need to make dex saves. Let me make that for them. Fail. Okay, so that's a fail from all of them. All of those enemies take 18 points of thunder damage as Veska's Shatter expels a great earth-splitting sound throughout the area. Deathlock 2 shatters as the sound wave hits him.
Nice.
It is now Ava's turn.
Is it?
Yes.
Alright. Did we want to keep moving towards Le Capitan?
And Probably a good idea to keep it protected. Plus, we seem to be doing
Well-
pretty well up here.
Probably a good idea to get Alessander away from the 30-foot drop in case she does
Oh,
get
yeah,
knocked
that's a
out.
good thought. Yeah.
That's why I wasn't gonna attack yet, because I'm carrying a.
Yeah, you're carrying a bobbit.
Look, exceedingly wounded passenger.
Should it try to keep flying up to the midsection of the skyship?
Yep.
Alright. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, and you were able to
I
make
have 50 feet of flying.
Yep, you were definitely able to make it. But as you fly over white number 4, he fires at you with his longbow.
And disadvantage, please.
With
Yep,
disadvantage.
with disadvantage. And that is a hit. And Ava, you take 5 points of piercing damage.
Okay.
Bastard.
You reach the
Yeah,
midsection
rude.
of the ship and deposit Bobbit on the deck, coming to land right next to her.
Hooray!
Well, I still have the rest of my
Yep.
go. So I'm going to shoot at. Okay, if I hit. Oh shit! I didn't mean to move that. If I hit House Zombie 2, is that going to explode and hurt Bulb?
No,
No, Bulb's up.
in the air.
Yeah, he's up in the air. He'll be fine.
Alright, I will hit. Or try to hit Husk Zombie 2.
Yep, roll to hit.
Yeah, I just gotta it up because rolling dice when laying down is very difficult.
Indeed.
So I'm using my longbow. That was only 11.
11. For a husk zombie, that is still a hit though, so roll for damage.
Okay.
Yeah.
Which one's my D8? There it is. That is 6 plus 5.
6 plus 5, 11. Would you like to go in for another?
Yes. Yes.
Yes, go ahead. Roll to hit.
That was 15.
15, that's a hit. Roll for damage.
I need to get better at math. That was only 6.
That's okay, that's enough. Your arrow hits it, and boom, it explodes into a cloud of spores.
It do an explode.
It is now Bulb's turn.
Okay, I'm going to get onto solid tree.
Yep. This is lands up on top of
Preferably
here.
somewhere that if I fall over, I'm not going to fall off.
Yep, this should be fine here.
Yep.
The branch is large
okay.
enough.
And then I'm going to cast Scorching Ray at a 3rd level, which gives me 4 beams at the 2 husks.
Yep,
I'm going to do that in chat because,
yep, it's just quicker that way.
yeah, so it's still 8 d20s and I don't have that many.
Wait.
I think they're both
It-
done.
Plus 7 to all of those, so that's a 16, 24, a nat 20,
Ooh.
and a 16.
Yeah, they all hit. Go ahead and roll damage.
Okay, so that's 2 beams to each. I just need to say that. I'll roll the nat 20 separately. That was 6, 7, so 14 for the nat 20.
Yep.
And then the others, 7, and 5.
Both of the husk zombies explode into flames. The plume of flame combining with the cloud of spores to create a great orange plume in the air.
And then I'm going to cast Healing Word at 2nd level on Bobbit,
Yep.
which will be 9 health for Bobbit.
Better than what I had.
Yep.
9
Back
health.
it up. Hooray!
Lovely. Okay. It is now the enemy's turn.
Sorry.
White 3
That was
attempts
impressive,
to
Taylor.
climb up onto the ship. He's going to make an athletics check to scramble up. That is a nat 20. He scrambles up onto the ship,
Oh,
dashes
crap,
towards Ava, and swings his sword going in for a life drain attack.
Oh.
That is a 18 to hit.
Oh no.
Ava,
Suck my ass.
you take 5 points of necrotic damage, and you must make a con save, please.
Con save.
It's using leech life.
That is only a 7.
Okay. Your current HP is now your maximum HP until you have a long
Fuck.
rest.
Alright, what damage did I take again? Sorry.
Wait, so it just mean so just decrease your max HP by 5. Yep. It then attacks you with its longsword for a normal attack. That is just a 12. You manage to easily parry. White number 2 attempts to follow White 3, scrambling up onto the ship. That is an 18. With inhuman strength, it scrambles up the side of the tree and rushes towards Alessander. It's going to make a wisdom save. That is a 17. It strikes Alessander with a life drain. That is a 15. Yep.
Good question. Does life drain count as a spell? Or
It's
does it
a
still
melee
count as a
attack.
regular weapon?
It's a melee
What
attack.
weapon is it using? What weapon is
It's
it
using a sword.
Just a regular one?
Yep.
Because that's fine.
Piss
because
off,
according
ghost.
according to the lovely rules that you have sent me,
Ah, yes, you get resistance
with
to
my
that.
current thing, I now have resistance to that.
You do, if it hits you. So,
Yeah.
unfortunately for it, it didn't hit you this time. And then it
Yay.
moves in with its next longsword attack. And that is a natural 20. You take...
It'll just be a normal attack.
Yep.
Because it's, yeah.
You
Sweet.
take 4 points of damage, halved from the 8. Halved from the doubled 8.
Okay, so for people in the party and people listening, one of the wonderful abilities I have with my, well, it says werewolf in trading, but technically it's just lycanthrope in trading. At first, well, it's this current level of the curse, I have a lycanthrope resistance. My body has begun the excruciating changes to its new curse form. I have resistance against bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing damage from non-magical attacks that aren't silvered. However, I am weak to silvered attacks and take double damage from them. So, yay, now I
Yes.
actually have
Ever glares at you and goes, bite me.
White number 1 attempts to scramble up towards Bulb. And it's going to make a...
Would
Okay,
that
so
make me like a griffin? Sorry.
Oh, God.
yeah, technically, with its athletics check of 14, it scrambles up onto the branch next to Bulb, attempts to hit him with a life drain attack. That is a 23, non-nat. Bulb, you take 8 points of necrotic damage and must make a con save.
Why you gotta do it like that?
Okay, give me a sec. So that's a con save. Let's see. That is a 13.
13, that's just a pass. You got it.
Ooh.
Then moves in with its longsword and swings, and you duck as the sword cuts the air over your head. White number 4 rushes towards Sir Lucian, goes in with its life drain attack. Sir Lucian blocks it with his shield with an 18, and then it swings with its longsword, rolls a 19, which Sir Lucian deftly knocks out of the way with his own sword. It is
Yay.
Yeah.
the captain looks up at you as you approach as she sees the white scramble onto the ship and sees Alessandra next to her. You take one look at her, and judging by the pale pallor of her skin, the fact that she's struggling to to stay on her feet, you can tell that she hasn't eaten in several days. She simply looks over at you, brushes a lock of brown hair out of her face, and says, "Hello there! Help me get rid of these things, and maybe we'll have a chat, eh?"
Okay.
And how?
It is Sir Lucian's turn.
Yeah. Let's do this. Oh, and I'm already locked in contact.
Yeah, with white number 4.
Can I? Oh, I might as well just longsword
Murder
him.
him.
Yep,
Let's
go
do
ahead.
this.
Do the thing.
That is a 3, so don't worry about that one.
Alright,
Either
try
way.
your next one.
That is a 5.
A 5 plus, yep, unfortunately he deflects your blows just as easily as you deflected his. It is now Bobbitt's turn.
Okay. Well, I originally had ideas for doing something, but then they all moved right next to me, so that the happy plan's out of the equation. So instead, we're just gonna happily cast Eldritch Blast at number 3.
Yep,
Yeah,
go ahead.
It's actually useless at this point.
Roll to hit
Good
him.
old Eldritch Blast.
Gonna hit with a little Eldritch Blast. Nothing beats that. So non-nat 20 and a 21.
21. Both hit. Roll for damage.
That's what we like to hear. 7 plus 13, that's going to be 20 points of force damage all up.
20 points of force damage. Nice. That's half his health gone in one blow.
Damn straight.
It is now Ava's. Oh, it is Veska's turn. Veska rushes up, helping Sir Lucian against this white, and she swings her short sword with advantage. She hits and deals 6 points of damage to white number 4. It is now Ava's turn.
Okie dokie. Just a moment. That map takes longer to update.
It does, yes.
And then I pressed a button. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
I miss my computer.
It's okay. We understand.
Do you want to work? Load. Come on. There we go. That's better. Oh, Bobbitt's surrounded.
Yes, Bobbit is
Yeah,
surrounded.
Hence why I also have you and the captain, hence why I didn't go for any AoE attacks, because, yeah.
Fair. Alright, I will smack the white, or try to smack the white.
Yep, go ahead.
Is the white flanked?
It is flanked, yes. White number 3.
Excellent. That is a 15 plus 8.
That's a hit. Roll for damage.
I'm going to declare it as my favored foe.
Yep.
So that is 6 plus 5, so 11.
11.
Do they take psychic damage?
They are not immune to psychic damage, so they can take it.
Alright. Okay, that was 1. And the favored foe damage, 2.
Yep. Would you like to get another attack in?
Yeah. That is 7 plus 8.
That is a hit. That's 15. That's a hit.
Yeah. That was only a 6. So 6 damage.
Nice. Add your final attack.
Huh?
So when in doubt, go again.
Yep,
Yeah. 16 plus 8.
that's a hit. Roll for damage.
That was 8 all up.
You smash your sword into White 3's armor. He loses his footing, falls backwards, and screams "Arrgh!" as he lands on the ground
Zarg.
below with a thump and dies.
Hooray!
It is
Yay!
Bulb's turn.
Fuck, I'm actually in melee range, aren't I?
Actually, sorry.
Yes, you are.
Can I just, with my movement, can I go around the other side of white too? Sorry.
Ah, yes, you can. As you move away from White 1, he gets an attack of opportunity against you. And swings his sword, thankfully only cutting the air. Then you run around flanking White 2 between yourself and Alessander.
Yeah, I wanted to make a white sandwich.
Yes.
Okay.
It is now Bulb's turn.
Yeah, Oh, I'm gonna produce flame, put it on my staff, and try to hit it.
Hit him?
The
Yep.
white.
Alright, so go to hit him and use your spell attack modifier.
God damn it. That's a 12.
That's a 12. Yep, the white ducks out of the way as you swing your flaming staff at him. And then he strikes back as it's now his turn with a life
Yep.
drain. That is a nat 20 on the life drain.
Oh no.
Oh
Do
no.
you have? Don't you have armor?
Yes, I have
Yes.
the 1 crit per encounter resist.
Yes,
So I'm going
so
to
you're
use
gonna
that
use
right
that?
now.
Yeah.
So you
let
take-
you do that.
You take 5 points of necrotic damage. I need you to make a
Yeah.
DC 13 con save, please.
Good one.
Oh god damn, I got 11.
11. Please reduce your max HP by 5.
Couldn't worse.
Oh, is it only by 5? Is it?
By
Okay.
10.
Yeah, it's only the damage you took from the life drain.
Oh,
Could have
okay.
been
Yep.
worse. Could have been by 10. Could you imagine having less than 10?
I know.
10 HP removed constantly.
Then bears its longsword and swings at you. That is a 16. Is that a hit?
Yep, that just
You-
hits. Yep.
You take 7 points of slashing damage.
23 take away 7 is...
I really need to update that
15.
my cloak of protection gives me 17 AC.
Yep. White number 2 makes a life drain attack against
I keep forgetting.
Ava. That is a 23. Ava, you take 7 points of necrotic damage. I need you to make a DC 13 con save.
But I already did. Okay, just give me a sec. Actually, do I have something for con saves?
I don't know, do you?
No, I think it's Namia that does.
Yeah, Namia
Yeah.
does, yes.
Bummer.
Oh, it's getting confusing. Alright,
happens.
con save.
Yep.
That is 15 plus 3.
That is a pass. It then swings at you with
Yay!
its longsword, rolling a 15. You manage to deflect it with a sword of your own.
Ha!
It is White
Take
4's
that.
turn. It strikes at Sir Lucian with 2 longsword attacks and misses both of them. Its sword unable to pierce his thick shield.
Is this like a
Sorry.
like Larry Moe and Shemp just all slipping and sliding, not hitting each other?
Yep, not hitting each other.
I mean, I was gonna say it's more like, a proper, well-disciplined battle. But if you want to turn to a Three Stooges bit, feel free, mate.
You all suddenly hear.
For a banana.
You all suddenly. Speaking of bananas, you all suddenly
Oh.
hear coming
Oh, God.
from the east a
Oh,
loud
fuck.
groaning. Ooh, 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 ooh.
Yay,
And
more
from
faith propaganda!
from the east, 3 zombie Girolons appear.
Oh,
What?
I take it back. Go away. Go away.
Large 4-armed gorillas, portions of their
First you hear them,
skin.
you're like, oh yay, and then you see them, you go, oh no.
3 huge 4-armed gorillas, large portions of their skin and fur torn off due to necrosis. And as the Girolon zombies have a climbing speed, they can move
No.
anywhere on the map with without having to make checks.
We've got.
As you see them swinging into the battlefield from the tree line, the captain says, "Oh, we need some help. Men, rally!"
Wait, you've had these guys this whole time?
You just know, you're just doing monkeys because you know that that's like my worst nightmare.
No, that's
Not
next
only monkeys, but zombie monkeys.
That's next
No, these are
campaign
zombie
in Call.
gorillas.
That's next campaign in Call of Cthulhu. You'll see.
Just be careful when they start throwing their zombie shit at you, and then you're in trouble.
Four disheveled-looking crew members wearing threadbare armor emerge from the depths of the broken ship. Giralon Zombie 1 uses its bonus action to move all of its movement towards an enemy. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Then it uses its actual movement to close the gap between itself and crew member 3.
I thought we were having bad enough time with just the normal enemies, and now you bring these in.
Now it makes 5 multi-attacks, one with its
I didn't think we were having that bad of a time.
I thought we were doing okay.
Yeah, we're doing okay.
I thought these were being brought in because we were doing okay.
So of its 5 attacks, 4 of them hit.
Wait, how many?
5. It gets 5. It gets 1 for each of its arms and a bite. It pummels crew member 3. As he stumbles, it grabs him in its front forearms and hurls him off the bridge. It hurls him off the deck of the ship. He screams, "Ah!" as he falls to his death.
Oh, I really wish I'd held on to my magic missiles for the day.
Giralon Zombie 2 closes the same gap but cannot quite reach crew member 2. And same with Giralon Zombie 3. Crew member 2 backs away to the very edge of the ship, raises his short bow and fires at Giralon Zombie 1, missing. Crew member 1 fires his short bow at white number 1, hitting and dealing 6 points of damage. And crew member 3, I don't know why there's 2 crew member 1s, crew member 3 rushes towards white 1 and swings his short sword with advantage, nat 20ing and dealing 10 points of damage to it.
Hooray.
It is now Sir Lucian's turn.
This is...
Ha zombie gorillas. Let's do this. Where am I?
Over here with
You're
white
flanking
I'm
number.
still
away.
engaged with.
Yep, try finish him off.
Yeah, just a longsword at 2 attacks.
Yep, alright, go ahead, roll your attacks.
With advantage.
With advantage for both.
Yeah. Oh shit. Yeah. Okay, that is 16.
16, that's a hit, roll for damage.
That is a hit.
Would you like to spend a
Alright.
charge, knowing that they're immune to knowing that they're weak to radiant damage?
Oh, please do, please.
Alright, that's okay. 4, so what is it?
So 8
It's
from your
another
normal
D6, isn't
attack,
it?
and then a D6 for your charge.
Alright, that is 4, 8. That's 13 points of damage from the first attack.
Yep. And now go for your next.
And then. Oh, I got a 2 on that one, so let me just try it again. Oh! 2-2. Don't worry about the second one.
Don't worry about it. It's okay then. Alright.
Don't worry about it.
It is
Don't worry
Bobbitt's
about
turn.
it.
Okay, so we've now gone from, hey, we're fighting ghosts to, hey, look, it's a squadron of zombie fey gorilla. Because, you know, why the holy hell not? Just in case we were having enough fun as it was.
That is legit like my worst fucking nightmare.
I don't
Zombie
blame you.
gorillas,
Zombie-
yeah.
Yeah, gorillas. Zombie gorillas.
There goes them.
Well, I swear the module has them. I didn't just add them.
Okay, I'll forgive you.
Okay, what is going on? Please
Next
don't
Cthulhu
me.
campaign where you're dealing with Bigfoot and stuff, though, that might totally be my addition.
Okay, well, if we're gonna do
I don't know if I'm
things-
gonna like that.
Probably not. I'm gonna imagine no, but Bobbit wishes to help these crew members out, so Bobbit is going to once again cast Summon Lesser Demons, and whatever I summon is going directly between crew member 2 and the 3 zombies, if only to at least try slow them down. I don't know how well they're going to go, but... Ooh, and that's a 6, so I get the full 8.
Yes.
Surround them, please. Let's see what we've won on random abyssal demons
The
today.
sky
Ready to
grows.
spin that wheel.
Wheel of Death.
The sky grows dark above, and you hear a loud as 8 abyssal
Yes.
chickens once again materialize between crew member 2 and the 3 Giralon zombies.
Hooray, my friends came back. Hi everybody, welcome back. Great to have you on board again.
It is now their turn, and they all
Please
move towards Giralon Zombie 1 and move
Wait,
in.
there's 8 of I was gonna say there's 8 of them, so technically they could, wait, can they attack separately or is it just as a group?
Well, they
I
can,
think it was
but
like,
they've
I
all.
think it was like the wolves. But,
They can, but they're all choosing to be in a group, so.
hey, whatever they hey, look, as long as they're fighting something and keeping them off us, then go for it.
So they're moving in, all as a unit, and that's 2 from the first, so that's 7. 13. 8. 5. And last. Okay, so you watch as they all swarm around Giralon Zombie 1 and pull him down to the ground, pulling his flesh to shreds before your eyes.
Yes!
Yay.
Yay!
It is
Aw.
now Ava's turn.
I want to search Ava's brain and see what she knows about these Fey gorillas.
Yep, make a nature check, please.
Thank you. That is... Where's my nature? I think my nature is 6. It is. 14 plus 6.
So you know that Giralons aren't usually aggressive, but these are zombie ones. When they do get provoked into combat, they can be incredibly powerful. While not particularly durable, they let out flurries of attacks consisting of all 4 of their fists and a bite all at once, and are able to pummel pretty much anything to a pulp.
Alright, and do I know if they're resistant to poison or not?
I will.
As-
I'm gonna guess probably.
I will
They're
check.
undead and-
Yes, they are immune to poison and poisoned condition.
Oh.
Well, that's good to know.
Wait, do these have the marking of rusticity on them?
We haven't looked for one yet, and they're not close enough,
Yeah.
so
That's fine, that's fine.
it is.
I'll go back to wailing on white too.
Yep, go ahead.
Get rid of that so we can focus on the actual problem here.
Yes. Still with advantage because he's still flanked. Thank fuck for that. That's 18.
18, that's a hit. Roll for damage.
Yeah. He's still my favored foe as well.
Yep,
So normal damage was 6.
yep.
Psychic damage was 1.
Yep.
And the favored foe damage is 4.
4. He screams an unworldly scream as he goes down.
Yay!
Right.
Okay. I can still use my offhand, can't I?
Yes, you can.
Yeah. Alright.
Move up to white 1, I'm assuming.
Yes. Who is also flanked.
Yep.
Yeah, my tablet just turned itself off again. Just a sec. Alright. That is 18 plus 7.
7, yep. That is
Yeah.
a hit.
3, so 4, 7 damage.
7 damage, not bad.
Yep, and final attack. 18 plus 8.
18 plus 8, that's a hit.
Yep, and 11 damage.
11 damage, nice. Bulb, it is your turn.
Okay, I am going to do something that I should have done last turn and Misty Step.
Away.
Away?
Yes. Where would you like
I
to
keep
go?
forgetting I have that.
Yeah.
I wish I had that.
I'm going to... Oh, no, that's the wrong button. I'm going to Misty Step over here because
Yep.
it's a different tree that everything else is on.
Yep. You step into the mist and emerge on another branch opposite where you were.
And I'm going to try and snipe one of the Gorillons.
Oh, very well. Go ahead.
But I'm also going to put a produce flame on the bullet.
Yep.
So do I attack with my...
Is that a
Spell
bonus
modifier.
Sorry.
Yeah, that's a bonus action. Yeah.
Yes, it is.
Oh, okay, well don't worry then, I've used my bonus action.
Oh, yep. You have, yeah.
No, it's just a normal...
Yeah.
Wait,
normal
is
shot.
produce flame an action or a bonus action?
When we put it on our
it's
weapon,
an action,
that
but I
also
house
bonus.
rule it. You could attach it to your weapon as a bonus
Okay.
action. Yeah, which means that you attack with your weapon, and if it hits, you get the produce flame effect. So you just want to snipe at them normally with your normal
Who's in
rifle.
front of me? Because I'm
White.
sorry. I got that one.
Nat 1. Bang! Your
And I
bullet
don't have any
hits
inspiration.
crew member 3 in the head. His headless corpse falls limply off the side of the ship midsection.
I am incredibly sorry.
You could have just stayed and helped with the white that was flanked.
It's the
I
enemy's
could have, but I
turn.
suck at punching stuff.
Giralon Zombie 3 beats its chest. Uses its bonus action to use its full movement towards a target. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. And then its full movement to rush up to Alessander.
Oh, please don't.
Wait, no, what?
It's-
This is going to hurt.
Makes a wisdom save.
Wait, no. I'm in danger.
It fails its wisdom
Oh, no.
save.
Oh, good.
And instead
No.
Don't hurt
does
my buffet.
and
Wait,
instead
it already
does
used its
nothing.
full movement.
Yes.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's already used its movement, so it can't do anything. Yay!
Giralon
That's
Zombie
really
2. Giralon Zombie 2 attempts to do the same thing, drawing attacks of opportunity from all the abyssal chickens. And
Yeah, I was gonna ask Rami if he can summon wolves.
4 of those hit and deal 20 damage to the Giralon
Man.
Zombie. Just like Giralon Zombie 3, it closes the distance between itself and Alessander. It makes a wisdom save. This time it is a 16.
Oh no.
So here comes 4 claws attacks. A 17,
Oh.
a 16, a
No,
16, and
no.
a 23. Only one of them hits.
Okay, 1. Okay, that's fine.
You
Then
take 8 points of slashing damage. It then
not fun.
bites you with its rotten teeth. That is a 21. And you take 7 points of piercing damage.
So how much was that all up?
So all up, that was 16 points.
Oh, grand. Help.
White number 1 attempts to strike Ava with a life drain. That's a 21. Ava, you take 7 points of necrotic damage. Make a con save, please.
Yeah, just a sec. I gotta do the math first. Con save. Yay! That's 18 plus 3.
That's fine, that's fine. It then swings at you with its longsword, and nat 20s. You take
I
10
resist
points
it.
of slashing damage. We take 5 points of slashing damage. White number 4 seems to give up attacking Sir Lucian and instead fires its longbow at Bulb with disadvantage. And both of those miss as the arrows sail uselessly underneath Bulb. It is now Sir Lucian's turn.
This white is now going to get 2 long sword attacks, thank you.
Yep, go ahead, roll them.
That is a 9. Oh,
9
plus
plus. Let me check
Oh.
for a ghast. Let me check for a white. That is just a hit, so you could go ahead. Would you like to spend another charge?
Oh, yeah, I think I've got 1 charge left after this.
Yep. So 1d8
Alright.
plus 1d6.
Okay, that's 3, 7, plus 1d6. D6, that is 12 points of damage on the first hit.
Yep, nice. Now your d6.
Oh, that was the d6.
Oh, yep. Alright, yep. So,
Oh,
yep.
okay. Yeah, I got a 6 on that one, so yeah. No hit on the second one.
Yep, that's okay, because the 12 damage on the first one makes the white shriek as it goes down. So he's done. It is Veska's turn. She rushes forwards and casts Shatter on the southernmost edge of the midsection of the ship. Giralon zombies 2 and 3 and Alessander must make dexterity saves, please.
What the hell? Why? Oh good, that's a 9. I hope this hurts a lot.
Okay, so everyone failed. So
Man.
Bobbit and the 2 Giralons take 12 points of thunder damage as the sound wave buffets the ship, rocking it in the branches. Sorry, calls out Veska from down below.
Sorry, I accidentally unhooked my headphones. How much damage did I take?
12.
Oh, great. Bobbit is standing still somehow upright, but with like battered, beaten to hell, and with a little bit of blood dribbling out from under her mask. You just hear Bobbit going, "Everything is fine. This is fine. Everything is fine."
It is Bobbit's turn.
Okay. I would love to keep fighting and keep the captain protected, but unfortunately I don't have nearly enough health to do anything without getting beaten to death by zombie gorillas. Wait, are these things dry enough that fire would hurt like hell?
It will hurt them.
Bob just sort of looks over at everyone else going, "Somebody, please make sure to catch my corpse." Also, can my abyssal chickens get to where I am this turn?
Would you like them to take their action
can-
now?
I'm just checking so I know how far they can go.
They can try.
They can fly up to 30 feet. They just need to make sure they have somewhere to land and fall straight down.
Yes, otherwise they'll fall straight down.
So first 30 feet from where the zombies are.
So, yep.
I don't think they're gonna make. Oh, was that Remy?
Yeah, they'd make
Yep, they can
10,
fly.
15,
Yep.
20, 25. Yeah, they'd make it to the edge of the middle
Just
section.
to be on. Yeah, just means they won't be able to help me this turn, but okay. Fine, this is dumb and really stupid, but I have with 2 of these things directly in front of me. 15-foot radius. So that I'm gonna take 3 of my fireball necklace pendants and throw it on the spot down here behind where that is, so that way the explosion doesn't actually reach me but hits the other 2 zombies.
Yes, they're going to make dex saves, and that is a fail for both of them.
Oh, thanks, sweet Jesus. Hopefully this hurts like hell then. I have to go and roll me up some fireballs. Oh god, it's been a while since I've done this one. Let's fireball again. If I do 3, that's a 6th level. And fireball.
So that will be... So you are looking at 6d8.
Okay, well, I'm just going to save everyone 5 minutes and just go and do this in chat.
Yep, let's have a look. 6d8 is going to be 28, and... Oof! The beads hit the ground and explode, blasting both the Giralon zombies up into the air, incinerating them.
Bobbit is immediately going to slump on the ground and just go, "Ah, Bobbit thought she was gonna die." Oh wait, that reminds me. Before they exploded, did I notice any markings on them?
Make a perception check, please.
Ah, crap. That's 7, so that's gonna be a no.
Yeah, before they blew up, you didn't get... you were under attack before that. You didn't quite have a chance to look and see if you could see Rasnassin's mark.
I'll just murmur into my head going, are those my friends of yours?
Mr. Stick just says...
You just call him Rasnassin, we know
yes.
we know who he is.
They do prove to be rather effective at getting to high places. I was certain there wasn't any left after all this time. Your abyssal chickens take their turn. They set their sights on crew member 2 and rush towards him. He backs away. He backs away as they draw near him. He loses his footing and falls down to his death. And the abyssal chickens jump down after him, flapping their
I'm not
wings.
the only one to have killed a crew member.
In my defense, everyone's just gonna go. In my defense, they don't really take orders well. Oh.
Unfortunately, due to being terrible, the crew member's already dead, and unfortunately, thanks to the abyssal chickens being terrible flyers, they just plummet down along with him, each of them smashing asunder on the floor below.
The captain's not going to want to talk to us once we're done.
I'm sure that they could see that you are quite panicked and genuinely sorry.
I still have the mask on, so there's no facial expression.
Well, you're going, no.
It's just Bolt's having a bad day and beaten up to death. Why is everything I do hurt people?
It is now Ava's turn.
Yeah, there's only one thing to do.
Yep, finish off white number 1.
Another bitch.
That is 11.
That's a hit. Oh, 11 altogether? No, it's not a hit. You may go and try again.
Yeah. That was a nat 1.
Oh, wow. Please make a dex save.
That was an 18.
An 18.
No, a 19.
19, you almost...
Extra.
As you swing at the white and he ducks out of the way, your balancing is uneven and you nearly lose your footing and plummet off the branch, but you manage to straighten yourself up right at the last second. Try your final attack.
That's much better. That's 19 plus 8.
19, that's a hit. Roll the damage.
Yep. That is 10.
10. That's
Plus
10 plus...
D4, which is 2.
2.
I don't have my favored foe on him, do I?
No. But 12 is enough. Just like his friend, you strike him with the flat of your blade, he falls backwards and plummets to his death. Combat appears to be over.
It's just lying in a huddled mess. She's not having a good day at all.
Oh. Flies over to Bobbit and use the first level cure wounds on her.
I'm going to talk to the captain. Make sure they're okay.
You just hear Bobbit like this whole time just rocking back and forth in various, switching between all 4 languages that she knows. All you get is the occasional... Ava hears it twice, everyone else hears it once, just repeated, Bobbit, it just, sorry, I'm sorry, just over.
You attend to everyone's wounds and then throw down some ropes to help Veska and Sir Lucian get up to where you are, while Bobbit apologizes profusely to the captain.
It's just, Bobbit's not saying it to the captain, Bobbit's rocking back and forth to herself.
She stares down at Bobbit with at first a stern look on her face, thinking of what to say, and then, as she takes a step towards you, she stumbles and falls forwards, and Sir Lucian catches her in his arms and helps lower her down into a sitting position. She sighs and she says, "Well, the truth is that if you hadn't showed up, none of us would have survived. So, if it's only myself and Radas over there, she gestures to the sole remaining crew member, then I suppose I owe you my thanks. She weakly holds out a hand and says, Thessalandra Bravewing, Halruin Noble.
I'll say hello. I am Ava. God, I've got many titles.
She says,
Royal Guard to the Queen of Sconeland. Arakakra Oracle.
Oracle of Octal.
The Oracle of Obtau.
the exhausted
Emerald
looking
Enclave.
Emerald Enclave.
Etc., etc.
The exhausted looking woman just sighs and she says, oh, thank Tamora you came. When you did, we were dispatched to Chult by the Halruin royal family 10 days ago. On our airship.
Been up here a while.
She says, when we arrived, we'd only had a chance to scout the jungle from our airship for but 2 days when a party of terrorfolk appeared. They used their spears to slash our gas bag. She gestures towards the blue fabric lying strewn throughout the jungle branches.
You gotta be careful of those terrorfolk. They can be pretty nasty.
She just weakly nods and she says, without the gas in our gas bag, our airship cannot retain its flight. And so we crashed into the jungle. Most of my men perished in the crash, and of those of us who survived, at least half of them perished through exposure and hunger. Over the last few days, she gestures towards a wooden bucket lying on the deck, half full of dirty-looking water. She says, we can catch rainwater with our buckets, but our rations were depleted 10 days ago.
I'll offer some food while we sit and chat.
As you offer her rations, and as the sole remaining crew member weakly makes his way over the rope network you've set up to join you on the midsection, Thessalandra's eyes glimmer, and she says, a kindness we did not expect. She tears open the wrapping of the rations, quickly divides it evenly between herself and Radas, her crew member, and the two of them begin to wolf it down before your eyes as if they were starving, which, to be fair, they actually are. After they're done, they look longingly at you, as if requesting more.
Where's Zinhorn when you need him with his good berries?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't actually have it stocked at the moment, damn it.
Would you like to feed them some more rations?
I suppose.
As you
Yeah,
reach for
that's
more
all.
rations,
I mean, I can forage.
As you reach for more rations, Thessalandra raises a hand and she says, No, we're not scavengers. She says, please, we've had enough for now to keep us conscious and in control of our bodies. Please, if there's any information we can provide, ask your questions.
Who are ya? Are you friendly? What
She
you
says-
doing?
She says, I am a noble scholar, and my crew members were noble retainers from the land of Halrua. I would like everyone present to do intelligence checks, please.
Well, I just nat 20.
Bob would go to 10. She's not really paying attention, and it's still just...
I got 18.
Ooh.
18, yep.
Oh wait, wrong fucking dice. Usually helps to roll more than a d4.
Yeah, you need a d20 at least. So.
Your results are somewhat limited. Okay, that is a 6. Oh, sorry, it's 15 minus 1, so 14.
Okay, so literally
So you know that Halrua is a land of magic in the northern part of Faerun, renowned for its electrum mines and its Halrua magically fortified wine.
Oh.
It is a mageocracy ruled by wizards, regarded by most as essentially a less evil version of the mageocracy of Thay.
Ooh.
A land of wizards and arcanists using their powers to try to benefit the human race.
Oh, but I would have loved this if she wasn't having a nervous breakdown.
The fabled, quiet and wealthy mageocracy is often depicted as being a land full of wonder. The history of the land goes back thousands of years, originally created by archwizards after the fall of the Empire of Netheril. Halrua combined peace and harmony with the magic powers of their ancestors, but not without the taint of their ambitions. Nearly all arcane casting Halruans are wizards, with one third of the total population of the mageocracy being said to have some sort of magical prowess.
So they're very friendly?
Yes.
Yay!
Thessalandra says the High Wizard Council declared that the Death Plague was getting out of hand, and through a series of divinations traced its origin to Chult. They dispatched myself and my men, along with the fastest airship of the fleet, to journey to Chult, to discover the source of the death curse, and perhaps determine if it may be reversed or stopped.
Hey, that's what we're doing.
She just sighs and looks around at the wreckage of the skyship, and she says, well, we'd love to assist you, but as you can see, our quest is well and truly over.
No, you could come with us on foot.
Yeah, I think they're like on the verge of starvation. I don't know how well they're going to do traveling further.
She says, she creases her brow and she says, with just the two of us, I doubt we'll be of much use on foot, but perhaps if you ever require arcane knowledge or research, we can remain here as consultants. Perhaps we can assist in maybe not our original capacity, but at least in an advisory manner.
I'll look at Bobbit.
Bobbit's still just on the floor, just rocking back and forth.
Oh, Bobbit, it's okay.
Sorry. But Bulb probably want to. That being said, Bulb's still having issues with creating spells. Wouldn't he probably want to be interested in people that can work with arcane stuff?
Yes. I would think the Bulb would be interested in their advice at the
Well,
very
that
least.
will Bulb can hear. He can pipe up.
Yeah, interested. Sorry,
Yeah.
what have they offered or something?
They've offered, even if they can't accompany you, they've offered to essentially be arcane advisors.
Oh, okay.
That you can ask them for arcane information and knowledge and research when it's needed, and they'll stay behind here using what's left of their skyship as a sort of hideout that they could stay safe in.
Yeah, okay. So, that we ask them now, or we can ask them later, or...
Yeah, you can ask, basically, Thessalandra looks at you and she says, if you've come all this way to search for the Death Plague, then I can only presume that you have some form of arcane communication.
Yes.
We have bending stones, and
We have this
Bobbit.
we can tell them.
yeah,
Back in.
Robert has a scroll connected to one of the merchant lords in Port Nianzuru.
Her right eyebrow raises and she says, such things are of Halruan construction to begin with. Give it to me. She holds out her hand.
Ascending stone or the?
I'm
scroll.
guessing it's the scroll. Does that really want to help Bobbit? Bobbit's fine. Everything's fine.
I'm
Bobbit's
talking to the lady first.
Yeah, but you've got your wing wrapped around Bobbit's shoulder.
Always.
I was gonna say, yeah, somehow, despite being, still freaking the fuck out, there is a small hand that's gripping the scroll somehow. Does somebody have a fan going in the background?
Oh, I don't. Wait, let me see
No.
if it's... Ah, M1. I'm just gonna mute you for a sec, M1. Yeah. And so...
Good feedback.
She takes the scroll, holds it in front of her, whispers something under her breath that you can't quite hear, and then taps the scroll with her index finger. There's a spark of purple magic that flies out of the tip of her finger and runs down the surface of the parchment. She breathes another exhausted sigh, holds out the scroll and says, "There. It's now attuned to me, as well as your other contacts. You need only write on it and the words will appear before me, as if you had cast skywriting."
Sure.
Do you know much about druidic magic or only arcane magic?
She just sighs and she says, "I'm afraid Haluro is a land of wizards, but all magic has some commonality at its core. I'm sure if you left us with something to work on, given enough time, we may have an answer for you."
Well, I'm trying to create a new spell, but I feel you need time to recover before I even attempt to ask you anything about it, so...
She just sighs and nods. She gestures towards the trap door that leads down to what's left of the ship's below deck. And she says, "Well, we will discuss this another time. Radas and I must recover, and, well, if you're looking for a safe place to rest, go ahead. I see that darkness is about to fall." She looks up at the now bright red sky where tinges of purple are making themselves known.
Okay.
Yep, Ava.
I want to pick her brain while we sit and have a cup of tea.
Yep, what would you like to ask her about?
I want to know what she knows, what she's found out about the death curse, if she's got any info we don't have.
I'd like you to make
considering she was on the same mission.
Yep, I'd like you to make a charisma check, please.
That is 19 plus 4.
As you head
Thank
below...
you, True Magic.
As you head below deck and start laying out sleeping rolls and the like, preparing for a good night's sleep, you start to prepare some more food for Thessalandra and Radas, and as you all consume dinner that night, you pick the captain's brains, and you find out that her expedition in Chult so far has been ill-fated. They'd only been in Chult for just over a day when they were set upon by terrafolk, causing their ship to crash. However, she does inform you that tests conducted in Halrua managed to determine that souls that departed the body at the time of death would not depart to the astral plane, but rather would rapidly be drawn away to another part of the material plane. And indeed, it was using divination magic to follow the passage of these souls that the Magocracy was able to discover that Chult was the place of origin for the death curse. She frowns, and as she takes a bite out of her dried biscuit, she says, the Magocracy said, it's almost as if somebody is siphoning away souls For whatever purpose, I don't even think there's a way to find out without finding the Deathmonger, the Soulmonger itself. Would you like to tell her about Asarak and his plans?
Yeah. Should I? Everyone.
May as well.
Yeah, I mean,
Okay.
I mean, even if they don't like it, what can they do now? There's only
Yeah, only two
two
of
of
them.
them. They're probably at like level 4 exhaustion, and
Okay. Yeah. I just need a yes or no.
Yep, so you're going to tell them?
I shall tell them. Yep.
You spend a few minutes quickly telling them about Asarak's plan to use the Soulmonger to siphon away souls so that he may feed his new godly vessel, the Atropal, using it to inflict centuries of unimaginable terror on the multiverse before starting the cycle all over again on another world, as he has done countless times before. Radust doesn't seem to comprehend what you're saying, but Thessalandra frowns. You cannot quite gauge her reaction, other than one of perhaps disbelief mixed with shock, which slowly turns as her mouth turns into a frown to reluctant belief. She simply says, "Interesting. Well, from here I have a magical apparatus that allows me to commune with the Magocracy. If you would allow us to remain here, get a start on repairing our ship, and while we're doing so, use this place as a base of operations, we may conduct research on Asarak. The legend of the Demi-Lich is well known to the Magocracy, and indeed anyone with any arcane proficiency would have heard his name. But the Magocracy has the greatest collection of writings of arcane legends and myths throughout Faerun, and if you would give us enough time, I'm sure we would be able to glean something about Asarak that may be useful to you."
well, speaking
That sounds good.
of a base of operations, I turn to the party. If you guys would not mind leaving a little bit later in the day tomorrow, I can do something that will greatly help you, 1, survive, and 2, gather resources to repair your ship. I would need at least 16 hours, though, to...
What were you planning on doing?
I want to cast Plant Growth as an 8-hour spell, and then have a full rest.
I suppose. What does everyone else think? Do you mind only
Yeah.
being able to travel 1 hex in the coming day?
Yeah, that's fine.
no issue.
Very well.
We need the long rest.
You say,
Yeah.
Albert does have one question for the
Yep, go
the
ahead.
captain, just a very small voice, since she's finally sort of started to calm down, just sort of looks over at the captain and goes, Robert would like to know if you know anything about Mesro.
As the captain looks at you, her eyes glimmer. Bobbit, I'd like you to please make an Arcana check.
Okay. That's a non-nat 20.
2 centuries ago, when the spell plague occurred as a result of Rasnasi's conquest, and magic grew unpredictable and wild across the realms, Halrua, as a nation of magic, was seemingly destroyed, disappearing from the face of the planet. However, a century later, when the spell plague settled down and magic began to return to its natural form, the population of Halrua returned to Faerun, seemingly
Right.
out of nowhere. Sensing that the danger had passed, the Halruans returned and quickly repopulated their nation.
So the people that were there disappeared and then reappeared
A century
Later,
later,
once-
yes, once the danger had passed.
But we're talking like they disappeared and then the same people came back? Or are we talking like
Yep, the
different
same
generation
people. The same people came back.
Oh. Bobbitt's eyes wide, well, underneath the mask anyway, Bobbitt's eyes widened slightly at that implication that
The
if,
captain, this is all knowledge that you know as just occurs to you, and before you say anything, you see Thessalandra's eyes glimmer, and she smiles, and she says, well, not of Mesro itself, but I suspect there are many things I have to say that you will find interesting. And with that, we will end this week's session.
Oh, you fucking tease. Continue.
As you settle down to have a long rest for the night, you've made friends with the 2 remaining Hellruins who have pledged to assist you in researching Asarak, trying to glean any knowledge from old myths or legend that may help you, and tantalizingly suggesting they may know more about Mesro than anyone outside of the city itself. There is one condition they have for allowing them to assist you, and that is that you will leave 10 days worth of rations behind to allow them to recover their strength.
I want to use.
Kind of what
I'll
the
use-
plant growth was for.
Ah, I see. Yep, so
I thought
yeah.
the plant growth would be for protection. I was going to offer to go gather more rations.
No, plant growth, when cast as an 8-hour spell, you enrich the land. All plants in a half-mile radius centered on a point within range become enriched for 1 year. They start yielding twice the normal amount of food.
Well, that said, they're still
And
going to
everything's
be...
sick.
That said, they're still quite weak. They're probably not going to be able to harvest anything, and so they still ask you to leave them 5 days worth of rations, which should get them back on their feet, and then they'll be able to sustain themselves from your plant growth. And so, before you retire to your long rest, Bulb, you spend 8 hours meditating upon the deck of the ship, and as you meditate, the jungle trees grow larger and begin to gnarl together even more. The ground beneath you, 50 feet below, grows greener and greener, and already you see bushes bearing fruit. If the Hellruins wish to stay here as they repair their ship, they will have no lack of food to sustain them. 5 days of rations to get them back on their feet, and then they will begin to repair their ship and will be able to forage their own resources. They thank you for this and tell you that if you ever find yourself in Hellruler, you will find friends.
Hey.
And so, that concludes this week's session. You get a long rest. Each of you gets 1 inspiration point.
Yeah, I can actually take this one.
And next week, we shall continue our journey across Chult on the Great Road to Omu. However, we are approaching the Kobold Mountains. And so, given that you promised Mujarib to help him fight the Fire Newts, you'll probably be travelling from the Skyship Wreck to Grakhamar in the Kobold Mountains, and from there on to Omu. So you will have at least one other stop along the way to rest, catch your bearings, and plan what to do before you head on to Omu.
Yep.
The death curse continues to snake its evil fingers throughout the world, gripping the population of the Forgotten Realms in a crisis that they do not fully understand. As you have discovered, people elsewhere in the world are finally starting to take notice. The Majocracy of Hellruler sending some of their best to investigate. But it seems everyone else has failed, and as you fall asleep that night, you can't help but remember the great weight pressing down upon you, knowing that you are the world's only hope. for survival. I'd like to thank everyone who showed up today, especially, let me see.
Orctails.
Yeah, especially Dorktails for the raid and all the raiders. I'd like to thank the Dice Casters and T-Bird GT5000 for their follow. And also Dorktails themselves for the follow. Hope you enjoyed our adventure in Chult today. We'll be back next week for more. Tomorrow, we'll be back for the first half of our finale of our Call of Cthulhu Curse of the Pharaoh campaign. So if you're into Eldritch Horror, be sure to come and check that out.
And I'm probably the most excited for tomorrow.
Yeah, because you want to go insane. So,
Yes.
until then, perhaps Bobbit would like to take the goodbye today, because a lot's happened to Bobbit.
Poor Bobbit. The baby.
Well, today's lesson is, whether it be being told by a god that you're no longer welcome home, bitten by a were-tiger, or simply just needing 5 minutes to yourself, sometimes masks are okay, but definitely take time to acknowledge your friends. Also, somebody help Bobbit. Bobbit needs help.
Until next time.
Bobbit won't tell me anything.
Until next
Bobbit
time.
has issues.
Until next time, make sure you tell your abyssal chickens who's a friend and who's a foe. Goodbye, everyone.
Bye.
Bye.